right. Welcome to another edition, a Wednesday night edition of Villainous News. I am your host, along with Louis Conyer. How you doing
Hey,
there,
what's
sir?
up, everybody? What's going on?
All right. So, not necessarily big news, but very interesting news for the Black community concerning Donald the Trump. He spoke at the National Association for Black Journalists today, which
Trump had his clapback.
Yeah, depending on what side of the aisle you're on, he either cooked or he was a bully.
And either way, it was extremely entertaining.
Very. So, you ready to get this started? Look, do our little review on this.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
All right. Now, before we start, I want people to understand that this started on CP time. Okay? 100% CP time. They were 30 minutes late.
With fucked up equipment.
Yes. They got the mics from Dalton.
and Trump called that shit out, which was hilarious.
Yes, several times. Let's get into this.
Association of Black Journalists Convention and Career Fair. We are about to begin a conversation with former President Donald Trump. We ask that the professionalism that we all bring to our newsrooms and workplaces every day is the same professionalism that is maintained in this arena. Please welcome to the stage.
I want everybody to remember what was just said, because it's going to go left real soon.
ABC News senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott. Semaphore political reporter Kadia Goba. And anchor of the Faulkner Focus and co-host of Outnumbered on Fox News, Harris Faulkner.
I did not cut the audio.
Mic's on? Hear me? There we go. Test. Good afternoon, NABJ, and welcome to a conversation with former President Donald Trump. This discussion continues a decades-long tradition during election years of inviting journalists to discuss the policies and their impact with the candidates who are running for president. And the
policies and impact. Key words.
Impact of those policies, especially in Black communities. Former Presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton have attended the NABJ conventions either as presidents or as presidential candidates in past years. NABJ is currently in conversation with Vice President Kamala Harris's team to schedule a Q&A either in person or virtually in September. As journalists, we use opportunities like these both to inform our reporting, but also to help voters understand the choices that they face in a consequential and historic election year. NABJ has partnered with PolitiFact to fact-check this conversation in real time. You can access that feed on social media using the hashtag NABJFactCheck. Again, the hashtag is NABJFactCheck. We have a lot to get to, and we do not want to waste any time. So let's bring out the former president of the United States, the Republican nominee for president, former President Donald Trump.
We should have had him come out to Mini Men.
Rachel Scott, BBC. Thank you. How are you? Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network.
He is with ABC.
And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for Black workers and Black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and and I say this, historically Black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense.
Charles?
And then
Charles
you said,
Faulkner?
you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something
Mr.
was
President,
wrong.
I would love
I think
if you
it's
can
a
answer
very
the question
nasty
on your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I
believe
have
that
answered
Black
the
voters should
question.
trust you with another
I
4
have
years.
been the best president for the Black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President.
Okay, so you say Charles is here?
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on, Charles? So here, I'll post you want me to post the link, the invite link?
Yeah, do that.
All right.
Come on up, Charles.
All right. Throw the link in the chat. What's going on? What's that? Aori 666. All right. So based on the opening monologue towards this reporter, Miss Rachel Scott of ABC News, that opening, what did you think of that?
It could be a legitimate question, but the tack was way off. Way off. It was like guns blazing. I mean, you could either eased it in as a second question, but you already set the tone for him to be on attack mode. She already had an agenda, plain and simple.
So, Charles is right, as is All-Star G. It was very disgusting. It was very rude. That is not how you talk to a former president that's actually still running. But matter of fact, that's not a way that you open up and talk to anybody. The first thing that she should have done was, hey, it's nice, to sit down with you. We apologize. We had technical difficulties. How are you? Nobody asked him. This is the thing that I took from all of this. Nobody asked him how was he doing after the assassination attempt. Not one person wished him well or anything like that. Everybody was very, very, very one note. Very cavalier.
Come on up, Charles.
Oh, he said he didn't see him. I already thought we were talking to him. We were just talking about Charles. I guess that didn't pop. So, yep, is that him? Yep, there he is. All right, so
the officer of the goddamn law.
Yes, officer of the law.
I'm going to tell you, what's up, fellas? I'm going to tell you, this is This is rude for everybody else, but black girl normal. How do you talk to a former head of state like he's your homeboy? There's no such thing as decorum. There's no rank that you can reach politically, militaristically, corporate. You know, this is disgusting. And you're trying to argue him down like you in the hood somewhere. And this is the reason why they need to take back some of these college degrees.
And you know what was up too? Well, did you watch this, Charles?
I'm watching it while you watching it. I heard about it, but I'm watching it while you watching it.
They had technical difficulties. He's going to call that out. And this, I mean, as a black man, a proud black man, and sometimes what people do in our community embarrass me. I always have pride and high hopes. And you have the president up there on the stage, 30 minutes late. This ain't no regular person, because even with security purposes alone, of this time restraint,
there's a issue. The man just damn near died a couple of weeks ago.
Exactly. And you're
going to be late.
And you're on a national stage on CP time, and this just shows is a black eye to us as a whole, where it shows you can't even get your shit together.
I'm gonna tell you both, and you guys will laugh, but you'll definitely agree. And I remember telling my godson, my nephew, when black people hired our security firm, I hate to say it, I hate doing business with niggas.
Yeah.
Because they'll try to shortchange you. They'll be late. You can come early on your behalf. You can do everything right, but they'll try to shortchange you. But then they'll get an attitude why you're not giving them a deal.
You know what they fortunate of, Charles? David Carroll is dead right now, because he will have fun with this shit.
David Carroll, Lewis. I wish we could just resurrect him and I just want to see what he would say.
Yeah,
because
that's why I said that.
I'm just you're trying to argue with a guy who ran a country for 4 years. And he's getting on you, and this is...
And he is a master of roasting. I mean, if you want to get him, try to have a intelligent, articulate discussion about policies or whatever. But when you're trying to go with character assassinations, you're playing with fire. Well, we're gonna see it in the fucking video. Just play it, please.
Swear to God, the black women are just... And you wonder why you're not married.
Yeah.
Who the fuck wants to deal with that?
Yeah.
You could close your eyes or keep it focused on Trump. And you know it's a black woman. The vitriol, the masculinity. It's a damn shame and surprise that black men are not just gay, because we're dating a bunch of dudes. Just listen to her. Thought it was Sergeant Slaughter on the other end, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, babe.
Sorry, I had to unmute my mic. I'm over here messing up like them.
President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act.
For you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who was the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the words.
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question, a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a Black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
Black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think-
that she is a
Just for everyone to see.
For you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent?
You know what? I said this on Dr. T.S.R. Johnson's channel. I'm going to start calling her Mystique.
Yeah.
She is the ultimate cosplayer because she can just shape shift. I'm Black, I'm Indian, I'm white, I'm Kryptonian, I'm sand.
She'll pull out Caribbean.
He's even Jewish.
Pull out Caribbean.
He's
Martian.
even Jewish.
She even had a commercial with her and her husband about talking about fucking Hanukkah. Like, really? When did you celebrate the Festival of Lights? This is the reason why she will fail miserably, because she's fucking phony. She has the fucking audacity of a chameleon. She's like fucking Morph. You only use her just to get some cameos out of her ass. X-Men 97.
Oh my goodness. Here's what I think about that. Because whenever her ethnicity is brought up amongst the Black populace,
Just say Black women.
well, there's some Black dudes too. You got some slave-minded simps who are still caught up in it. And I don't mean to really get into it like that, but I have to. They say that no, her father is Jamaican. No, he's Indian Jamaican. He's more Indian than he is Jamaican. You can tell by the family photo. When you look him in the face, does he look Jamaican or does he look Indian?
That motherfucker look like he's part of the Maserati.
Yeah, he looks more Indian than Jamaican. And Jamaicans don't even like American Black people. What's
I
up?
know.
They don't even, go ahead.
They showed a picture of him and of her father and mother. I mean, they look like first generation tech support. God damn.
I mean, not the but let's be honest. Matter of fact, let's see. When I play the video, I'll bring up the photo. Matter of fact, hold on. I got a full Google right here. What are we talking about? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at her family photo. But they say that, well, he's Indian Jamaican and her mother's Indian. I was like, well, that don't make her Black in a sense where you're trying to make her Black,
No.
like African American or something.
No.
Like, hold on, come on. Like, you think they care about you? Like, do
Man.
you really think they care about you?
Man, her family pictures look like they built extras in RRR.
This son out of Bollywood, but
Yeah. Like, you see, this shows you the desperation of Black people, the inclusion. This is the reason why it's what I said about the bottom of the dating pool. We're also the bottom of the social pool because we'll accept everybody else's fucking shit.
Well, I mean, these are younger people, but this has come from the conscious community where if you're melanated, you're part of the African family. And shout out to Dr. Runoko Rashidi, may he rest in peace, with the book Black Star Over Asia, where the African presence and all throughout all of Asia, but we're the only ones that is so desperately want everybody to come into the family, but everybody else don't accept us.
And you see
Oh,
right here,
they're
this
right
is her
there.
father. This is
Yeah.
her father. He looked just like everybody else in this picture.
Yeah, that's straight up Hindi.
Yeah, this is her mom. This is her father. I'm sorry. Do they not look alike? Show me the Jamaican in him. Do you not do you not understand the caste system that they have in India? They don't classify foreigners unless they are white.
Yeah,
They classify themselves as white when they come over.
Dravidians, the Brahmins, and the real light, which got more Aryan in their DNA, Aryan Persian heritage.
So that's her grandfather.
This is her grandfather? That's even worse.
I mean, yeah, that motherfucker looked like, even though her sister could get it though, but I mean, god damn.
Wait, okay, hold on.
I'm surprised nobody just yelled Yoga Flame in this goddamn picture. You telling me this is some action? Yeah.
Shout out to Dal Sim, Street Fighter.
Yoga. Like, god damn, like what blackness do you see in this picture?
All right, so here's her father. All right. Here's her father.
And notice you never hear her pull up her father.
That's crazy. Donald Harris. Father Kamala Harris. He is a Jamaican American. Oh, now he's Jamaican American. Originally from St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica, of Jamaican descent. Harris was born in 1938. Okay.
Where at?
Let's see. Okay, let's go to Wikipedia. Okay.
He was born Brownstown, colony of Jamaica.
Right. So citizenship, Jamaica.
Now, is he of African descent or is he native indigenous?
Native Jamaican. Native Jamaican. So somebody please tell me, how does it, I understand it, she, everybody's trying to one drop rule her into a full drop. Okay. But she's not ADOS or any other American Black acronym you want to give her.
Well, at least at most he's a tether.
He's a tether.
That's pretty much.
They said Afro Jamaicans.
Yeah.
So he's probably got a little. He's mixed.
All right. So now we have clarity on her father. All right. So that's all it takes. Is that all it takes? It's just that one drop rule. That's all it takes.
Well, we accepted Obama, and he was Kenyan, and half white.
Half white and Kenyan. Have you ever noticed we never got anybody who went through the full slave struggle in Ohio?
Well, really the only one we had was the National Security Advisor under Bush, Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, Condi.
because Secretary Powell / General Powell, may rest in peace, a great man. He was what was he, Jamaican? It was Jamaican too.
Yeah, I was
Jamaican.
just about to ask, what was Colonel Powell's nationality? I was about
His
to look
parents
it up.
his parents were Jamaicans. You got to think about it. If Condi ran, I would have voted for her.
Yeah,
And she's a fucking genius. Like, but
yeah.
this. But once again, have you noticed this, fellas? They'll never bring up Condoleezza Rice.
Oh, of course not.
She was
Of
a
course not.
prodigy. She was a
Oh, she was.
prodigy.
Oh yeah. By the way, she has a great relationship with her father.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
you can't have that.
She mastered the piano. She graduated college real young, if I'm correct.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of Jesse, you know who funded Jesse Jackson's campaign?
That guy right there.
Yep.
Oh,
he's
he
so
racist though. Like, he don't like no niggas. Oh, he racist.
Yeah, and it's funny when every rapper that was around up in the East Coast, that when they got their major contracts, they paid to have a meeting with Trump, how to navigate the financial system, how to keep their money.
I didn't see anybody else trying to help keep those HBCUs afloat.
Oh yeah, you gotta look at it. It's on YouTube with Waka Flocka when he was like, Trump showed me how to make a trust, S corp and everything.
Yeah. Because
And,
they don't
and-
teach you that in school.
yeah,
And he
and
was
going back to
talking
what you
about
said, sorry about that. Going back to what you said about the HBCUs. How many were like fucking broke?
shit, all of them pretty much. I think, matter of fact, what? It was Dion that saved Jackson State. And of course, we saw what happened there. They stole the ticket money from him. And matter of fact, they were stealing from him, period. Threatening his sons. I mean, the area was just
and the
shot.
SWAC was too stupid to realize they had the golden goose in their fucking conference, and they were too fucking prideful. He gave them the fucking blueprint from everything from media to advertisement, how to use your clout to extract resources and funding from corporations so you could have money for your program, and the incompetence that was, ahead of the school, still, like you said, still in the fucking ticket money.
You know what they should have done with Dion in order to keep him from leaving, from going to Colorado? Be like, look, we'll make you co head of the conference. You'll be co-conference head. You know what I'm saying? You'll get paid the big money. You'll get the percentages, all of this. Just please, look, man, like I'm telling you flat out, yes, I want to use your power, and your influence to help do for Jackson. I need for you to do for the other teams like you did for Jackson State. We need you to revamp this stuff. Like, who do you know would be good coaches? You see how Bethune-Cookman did Ed Reed. They didn't even have the good sense to clean out his offices.
They didn't even clean. Where they were keeping his athletes, they had black mold.
And they could have had the mentality, when we between these white lines, we're fucking adversaries, we enemies. But otherwise, we need to pick your brain. So if you're successful, we're all successful. But
that's
this is
not black people.
Yeah. Well, in the words of one of our prophets, David Carroll, what he always says, that the Negro does not have the entrepreneurial or business gene in their DNA, and it's that who always said, was it BGS, the Highlander syndrome?
Mm-hmm. There can only be one. I mean, when I brought that, I actually brought that shit into this space.
Hold on, Charles.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let me read these two comments. All of them, unfortunately, basically, the HBCUs were never were funded. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all see, you kind of chopped that up. It's fine. Funded every 4 years, which meant they had to run to Washington to get funding reallocated. Trump raised the funding and made it every 10 years. That's why Iori 666. Oh no, you're right. Or Iori. I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. The small hats control. This is by Nub Glory. He said the small hats control the Democratic Party, and they chose Kamala, a black immigrant, to make history as the first female VP and possibly first president, despite black American women. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charles. You were saying
it's almost diametrically funny, but when you look at this, right? How do you understand the struggle of people, but you never put your people? If she was black for some reason, wouldn't you have empathy to those people you locked up in Cali? Nobody ever talks about she refused DNA testing that would have got a man that would have got the man off of death row.
well,
Is that not unconstitutional discovery?
And she fought against another brother that for the person to be let go from prison because of evidence also.
See, here's the thing. When her and Trump finally debate, that is going to be brought up. I mean, because that is the things that she did as a DA out in California. They are, I mean, those are 2 sore thumbs and 2 black eyes. You can't help but you cannot overlook them. You run around here claiming that you're for the black community, but this is what you did to black people, because they definitely need to bring up. I mean, if you just bring up what she did to the men, then of course the black female misandrists, they're going to be seal clapping. But they need to bring up what she did to that black woman, a few black women, where they got locked up. Okay, simply the one chick, she put her kid in a better school system. Kamala threw her in jail for that. I would definitely throw that up in her face at the next debate.
And she was California. She was San Francisco. Was she California State District Attorney, or was it
both?
So that's a political position.
Mm-hmm. So for both,
she had to keep her office off of wins, and that's something that has to be addressed with the system, because these prosecutors, they get elected, they go off by wins, and they would, like, I hate to say this, no pun intended, but win by any means necessary, even if it means keeping innocent people in jail.
Yeah, she was both.
General.
She was the Attorney General for California State, and she was the District Attorney for San Francisco.
She had a knee pads on for Willie Brown.
Yeah, she held some very powerful criminal positions.
You know what? Maybe she was a black woman, because only something that claims to be you hates you that much to put you in jail.
Somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some Republicans
really don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be.
Yes.
Could be. There are some, and there are
even
plenty.
Biden.
I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that.
Well, you told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we were divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, A lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
I think he fumbled that. I get it that he was trying not to be racial, but he had to repeat it because he said it and he knew it was going to be a question brought up. So he tried to take control of the narrative. But what he should have said was, you have a lot of blue collar jobs. You have a lot of, jobs in the medical field and the tech field. Like, black people are making amazing strides.
Service industry.
Yeah, amazing
Jobs
strides
that are
here.
considered essential.
Right. You don't want to keep it too low because then they be like, oh, what you trying to say? That would spark something else. So, that's why you hit them with the blue collar and then you move up. And like, you have to understand, like, these folks are coming in here. They start off with blue collar, then they raise their kids up. They send their kids to the best schools. And then next thing you know, they're sitting in your seat.
What's up, Art? How you doing?
Art, sir? Let me see. Oh,
Yeah, you're gonna get a bunch of competition from Art News Style, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna get a lot of people out there. You'll be laughing about little guys in a Korean store, but you're going to public school and they're going to private.
Right. You never see their kids in class with you.
That's the one thing about it. Like, and here's another tid point that you notice. There were no male interviewers.
Oh, my goodness.
Roland Martin, I was listening to him.
Like I said, there were no male interviewers.
Leave Roly Poly alone, man.
Willis died back then. I know he's like you, man. Roly Poly.
Well, you know what it was? I mean, it'd be kind of awkward with him asking Clinton where my hug at. I mean, asking Trump where my hug at. Sorry, I was thinking about when he danced that jig for Hillary Clinton.
Oh my God. I mean, that man was lactating, wasn't he?
Oh my God. I mean, all they needed was a banjo. You didn't even have to play it. He could have just held it in his hands or wore it around his back.
All you needed was a bucket and stick it in some watermelon, man, and he would have been at home.
Been a hog heaven. What were you about to say, Lewis? I'm sorry.
And a big plate of butter biscuits.
Oh my God. He probably was a tap dance, smiling, holding them, twirling and whatnot. Oh my God.
On.
Aunt Jemima biscuits. Let me stop. But I mean, we're being honest. It's so much bootlicking and buck dancing. Steve Harvey telling people, you better not ask her about reparations. Like, well, then why are we voting for her? Outside of that, that's been our biggest issue. I know we'll probably never. There's a very slim chance we'll get it. Just like that Harriet Tubman $20 bill, as they phase out paper money.
Oh yeah, that's when they're going to do it, when the dollar's worthless.
Here's $5 million in play money. Oh my God. Maybe they'll honor it overseas. It's not. Hurry up before they realize it's not backed by anything.
It's going to become a collector's art, a piece of art, collector's art.
Yeah. But yeah,
I'm just shocked and appalled. Like, well, number one, I question people because why don't you have a man talking to a man in our community? Too many of these chicks.
What's up, Passport?
What's going on? Yes, he really did say that.
His mustache ran off his face and he said that. I said, don't you ask me about no reparations with his country ass.
Yeah, he was very adamant. He was talking to black people like they were children, just like those white women that was on the Zoom call. That's the thing. People, like, I have this conversation with this white guy. He'll possibly be joining the show next week. and I'm talking to him about how the Democratic Party is racist as hell. Like, you do understand they used to be the Dixiecrats. They wanted segregated schools and everything that the progressives are doing is based on identity politics, and they're rolling all of that stuff back. All that integration and everything, they're rolling all of that back under the guise of the diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is really just separate groups, Black women and the alphabet community, fighting for dominance in society. So for some reason, it's like Black people have taken government offices and have just destroyed everything up under them. They're destroying their cities and townships. I mean, Tiffany Henyard is just the tip of the iceberg. Look at Brandon Johnson. Look at what's your mayor's name?
Brandon Scott.
Yes, Brandon Scott, with these freaking Safe Streets scandals going on
That
left and
Safe
right.
Street shit. I told him, how you gonna get a bunch of niggas fresh out the clink and give them fucking government money and nobody checked on the money? You fucking Democratic ruining party. You want to ruin your city? Get a Democratic mayor.
I mean, then you got the mayor of New York. You've got the district attorney down in New Orleans. The mayor, female, Black mayor of New Orleans. She's up under scandals. I think she just got the newest scandal on her is that she was sleeping with one of her security guys. This fool got made video. He got sex tapes of them. Yeah. What's going on, Detroit?
OnlyFans.
Salute to Red Pill Sleeper Cell. NABJ is an organization that is controlled by the Democratic small hats. That's why those Black women were so combative to Trump. They were working for their check. The only one that was nice to him was the one at the very end, because she had already sat down and talked to him. That's why she said, you said it was the longest interview of your life.
And
She was very thorough.
She works for Fox, and when I was listening to Dr. Rashad Ritchie, what's up, Jeremiah L?
What's going on?
They were saying, why in the hell that was a bad look for the NABJ to have someone from Fox News on the panel. I'm like, if this is the National Association for Black Journalists, is it for Black Democratic progressive journalists or journalists? Because with journalism, political journalism, it encompasses all sides, conservative, liberal,
It's impartial.
progressive. Yeah.
It's supposed to be.
Well, wait a minute. Number one, I bet she's probably the best looking one.
Yeah, she the one at the end.
Number two,
Real hair.
real hair.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you she probably grew up with her dad. The temperament's different. And you know what's funny? She probably changed her opinion about Trump during the interview.
Exactly. Even though she worked for Fox, she had her reservations. I mean, think about it. Think of the environment that she's in. She's not in an all Black Democratic leaning news team working for Fox.
Mm-mm.
Right. So she's privy to all of the jokes and the inside talk that's going on in the Republican Party. All right. So she has her reservations, but after if she's a journalist and she did her job, she pulled up his history. She knows his history. So when she sat down with him, she probably went with him over the issues. And I'm gonna say this 1,000 times. The dude is not associated with Project 2025. He said it 1,000 times. Stop asking him that.
How come nobody gives them credit for actually signing an executive order and act of keeping you from being taxed? Because when Obamacare came into order, you were getting the shit taxed out if you already had health insurance, or if you didn't.
You had to pay that penalty.
Now you don't. But he's right this. I said, okay.
by the way, if you're new here, I see some new names here. You guys should subscribe to the news channel. Lewis, would you like to post the link?
Sure. It's
right.
Villainous News. Hold on. Let me get that, and I'll put it in the chat.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna play this because there's a couple of more videos we got to get to.
Mr. President,
they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country, and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President,
you notice he didn't mention the R word.
How you address some of the issues with black communities. And I say that plural because we live in communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same.
Sure.
It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts. And this is the weight of the inflation on this country right now. The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt. They're paying for food that is sky high on their credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit MMI, as I said, is saying now that they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single black moms. When you look statistically, how do you turn it around? What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
So first of all,
before he start that, I have yet to hear anybody ask Kamala Harris a question like that.
Nope. But here's my rebuttal. Why are these moms single in the first place?
Well,
we already
Democratic policies, the most racist political party that we've ever encountered is the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
that welfare and that feminism that came out of their offices that they
eugenics
on us has destroyed us as a people.
Eugenics.
Margaret Sanger.
Yeah, it's a good documentary. It's still on YouTube. It's Maafa 21. Type that in.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You could type that in, and it was funny. The pastor to my church, he was in that, and it details everything with the Democratic Party and everything. So if you want to look at it, it's like almost 2 hours. What's up, BGS?
Yeah, BGS, he snuck in here. Got Passport OG, he's in here.
Oh, BGS first. By all means, BGS speaks before me, of course.
You know, I'm going to tell you, he's in the chat. I'm going to tell you, it's funny because they want to talk about what you're going to do for the black community when it comes to single black moms. But I'd be an ignorant son of a bitch if I told you should have gotten married. You would have had double the income. But you chose.
Officer Charles, how about this? What if the country can't afford it? What if they ain't got the money for black single mothers no more? What about that?
I can answer that.
They're saying, like, give us the money because we're supposed to be there. What if it's
not there? Well, Passport OG, I'm going to be raunchy with you.
Go ahead.
A woman's never broke as long as she got a slip between her legs.
Wow. This is a family show. It's a family show. You notice there's no cursing. At any rate, while we did pulling Wolverine up in here, uh, I put it to you like this: I see welfare being reformed, not completely done away with, but I see it being reformed. If I was to offer the solution, you would pick a 2 or 4 year degree. All right. And we would actually pay. We would pay for your housing. You know, of course, you get your food stamp card. All right. You'll always have a place to stay. You'll always have food to eat. You know, utilities paid for. After you complete your degree, and that does include a 6-month internship. All right. Once you complete your degree and you're hired, and you know, because companies were giving them a bonus to permanently hire you. Once you're off, once you at your first day of official work and you're off, you can never come back. You can never come back. Don't ask for no food stamps. Don't ask for no Section 8. Don't ask for the daycare. Don't ask for nothing. We trained you to go out here and stand on your own 2 feet.
But Bay, I think the private sector is already doing that, especially with Section 8. How many videos you show with people getting kicked out of their house? I know some people right now that is sweating bullets because like they're not renewing the Section 8 contracts. And a lot of people that are buying homes, like how we're talking, a lot of homeowners are talking like, you know, it's not profitable for them to take in Section 8 no more, especially now with the inner cities. It's like a flip where everybody's moving from the suburbs going back into the inner cities.
That's right.
And they're pushing all the Section 8 people. Where I'm at in Jersey, they're moving all the Section 8 people up to the Poconos, up down to Southern County. They're moving all the Section 8 people out of the inner cities, and everybody from the suburbs is coming to the inner cities.
That's how they're doing in Baltimore. You know, they're moving everybody. They're moving everybody to the counties and cut the bus lines.
That sounds like Atlanta. Definitely sounds like Atlanta.
Everybody, welcome BGS to the show.
What's going on? They're walking right into Donald Trump's trap by asking these questions. All this is laid on the head of Biden. Everything they talk about is laid on the head of Biden. Inflation, all that kind of stuff. I know it was meant to attack him, you know, and put him on the record, but they just walked right to his trap.
It
so did.
You cannot make this shit up.
So
it's like you know what makes jujitsu or any of the yakijitsu martial arts system so effective?
What's that?
You walk into your own destruction.
Oh yeah, well, you know, Donald Trump he's got the high ground. Okay.
Well, yeah. Donald Trump, from now until to the election, can point to this interview and say, "Now, when are you going to ask Kamala? Because she can't answer this question. She cannot do it. She can't answer it."
But the thing is, and that's because you know, if you have been listening to me, I said that the top 3 things, even before he even debated, right? Top 3 things that Donald Trump should emphasize is what? The wars, number 1, okay. Number 2, inflation. Number 3, migrants, right? He's nailing them, okay. Especially when every time they bring up inflation, people can't afford food, or they're in credit debt, or they're getting kicked out of their houses and stuff like that. Okay, it's inflation, right? And if he can point to the rapid inflation between 2021 and 2024, right? That's all on Biden. That's not on Trump. Okay, walking right to his trap. Second thing is, why are we sending billions? You're gonna say, why are you selling hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine and Gaza for wars that we shouldn't be in, right? That's number 2, right? And then just what he said, what about black people? Okay, well, he said you let migrants in, putting job pressure on America, right? Who's going to get affected first? Is the black population, right? So bang, 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 bang. They have no place to go.
And if you look at their faces, well, he answered it.
Yeah, they know.
The people in this country,
huh?
There's a chart that we're at the very bottom as far as, you know, income.
Exactly, exactamundo. So when it comes to inflation, he hasn't even brought up, which is the fourth thing, which is $35 trillion debt. The reason he ain't got no money, that you're gonna have to put people off of off of Section 8 food stamps, stuff like that. Plus, you're giving migrants Section 8 food stamps, all this help, actually spreading the pie out. Man, he could, once this gets started, he could actually, what it said, run the table.
Oh yeah,
He could literally run the
absolutely.
table. I mean, the Biden administration the past 3 years has done such a bad job. He could run the table. If he sticks to those four things, he don't have to say anything else, because it's going, especially when it comes to black people, because it's all going to come back on us. Okay.
Yeah, you see that chart right there? This is
Mhm.
us. Oh, this is us at the very bottom. African Americans, $35,000 annually.
Yeah. So who's
Medium household income.
So who's the inflation going to hit hardest?
Us.
Us. Who's
With a
the,
mud still.
so who's the migrant in job pressure going to hit hardest?
Mhm. And look who's
Us.
at the very top. Just look.
Indian Americans.
And if you're under budget constraint, right, which is you're underwater as far as money's concerned and budget's concerned. Who's most? It's black women are actually depend on this more than anybody else. Who's going to help?
Isn't it crazy that I'm looking at this? Malaysian Americans are the richest Americans in this country.
Yeah,
It's
small, very small,
$70,000
very small population.
annual income. Yeah, and they are killing us.
Yeah, well, the thing is, that is a whole different story. That's cultural, and I'm getting tired of talking about it, because black people aren't going to do shit about it. So you're at the bottom. Stay there, okay? You're not going to do shit about it. So
Yeah.
They enjoy the victimhood.
the thing is, you can, until there's no money, then you're not going to enjoy it anymore. Just like prior to 1960, didn't enjoy it very much then, did you? You had 60 years to correct your situation, and guess what? Black women decided I'd rather be queen of the ashes, okay, than build.
I'd like to properly welcome AB Media 83 to the group.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
ruling hell, huh?
I haven't listened to this. But the thing is, they thought they thought he was going. They thought they had him, and thought he was going to walk into a booby trap. Right? He pulled out a reverse Uno card on him.
Look, man. What these? I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
I'm gonna say this real quick to give you the floor. What did Megatron say in the Transformers cartoon movie? I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Go ahead, Passport.
What's his name say when he's inside the prison? I'm not in here with you. You're in here with me. Go ahead, OG.
No, I was just going to say that I think that people, and certainly these three journalists did it, they underestimate how good Trump is at TV. He is really good at TV.
Yes.
You're not going to beat him on TV. Like, they thought that they were trapping him. They were really aggressive with him. And I know that some white men saw this and they're like, who did these women think they are?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, and I said this, and now I'm not a Trump fan. I don't like Trump per se, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But the thing is, he is the guy. He was a former president of the goddamn United States. He deserves some kind of respect.
That's right.
I could hate Charles's guts, right? But he walks up with that badge. He's officer. Okay.
You know what I hate? I'm gonna say this, then I will play. I hate that they treat him like he wasn't already president before.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a very
he's inexperienced.
Yes. I mean,
it's
it's an honor. I don't care who the president, whether you like him or not. When a former president or current president walks into your presence, it's an honor. Okay, you got to treat it like that.
Do you know what the president's name, what foreign dignitaries have to refer to him as?
Mr. President. Yeah.
Mr. President.
His Excellency.
Yes.
He's a former. Let me break this down before you play it real quick.
Man.
Go ahead.
He's at the same rank as a fucking king.
Yes.
A head of state.
Yes.
You don't go to King Charles over there in Great Britain and talk to him this fucking way.
No, you don't.
You got a former sitting, even if a former king abdicates the throne, there's a certain level of respect.
You win an election, you're Mr. President for the rest of your life.
And he was fairly gracious about it. He didn't really go in on him about it.
He was nice about it.
He was nice about it. He joked about it. Hey, you know what? I walked down, couldn't say hello. How you doing? How you feeling? Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's get
It's
to it.
very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment. Because I guess, this woman was unable to get the right equipment.
He's joking.
But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class,
Preach,
virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating.
Ooh.
And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates.
Ooh.
Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and
Ooh,
you can't
get
get the
'em.
money.
Get 'em.
People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream.
Get 'em.
Young people,
Get 'em.
young black people,
Yeah.
they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money
That's
because
right.
of the cost of the money. They can't buy because of the cost
Where's
of
the hook?
housing.
Get
because
him
of
off the
cost to
stage.
build it, because of inflation.
Get him off
Inflation
the stage.
is a disaster.
Come on, Sandman,
and
start
it's
dancing.
destroying
Sorry,
our
get him,
country,
Sandman.
and it's destroying.
Fellas.
Get him, Sandman. Get him. Come on now.
Let the man cook. Let the man cook.
Kill him now.
Look, y'all got to get that church out of y'all, man.
No. He killed. No, this is entertainment.
Kill him.
This is
I mean,
entertainment right here.
goddamn.
Let the man cook. All right, I'm gonna play it.
He's
I'm gonna play it.
cooking. He's
Hey,
cooking.
babe.
Yeah, let him
Hey,
go.
babe. Right
The
before you
black
finish playing, I just want to hear finish him. Finish her.
Because
God
of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much
So
or
what do
more
you do?
than any
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was
Boom.
all started with a bad energy policy
Boom.
by Joe Biden.
Yes, it was.
Boom.
By the way,
All right, go ahead, clap. Get your claps in.
Boom. The thing, and also by starting the war, because guess what? Guess what happened? Now you have to supply Europe with the same oil that you were using, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he mentioned.
God damn it, NATO.
if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls. And then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him. And now we have to steer it to him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
Mr. President.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely.
Did you see how he pointed at her?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, hold on. Hold on.
Hold
on,
bitch.
bitch.
I'm cooking.
I'm cooking.
Hold on.
You asked, I'm an
All right,
answer.
All right, now watch his hands.
Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him. And now we have to steer it to him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
Mr. President.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's hurting the black worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been, I think, in over 100 years. And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. whatever it may be, they don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
President, can I?
Finish her.
Did you see what he did there?
Total victory. Okay.
Yeah.
Flawless victory.
Flawless victory. Finish
He
her.
was debating her like he would be debating Kamala Harris.
That's right.
Right
know,
there,
Mhm.
right now.
Yeah.
You know,
Because
man,
Hold on.
they have the same type of personality that that you don't tell me what to do. The hell with you. This is my show. So he G-checking her big time, like she was Kamala Harris. It's
No, he ain't. That's not a G-check. That's an ass whipping.
yeah, you know the irony.
G-check is at least you in the fight. She getting an ass whipping right now.
Yeah,
What
you know
about
the.
they-
Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
You know the irony of this event that happened today. Yesterday, I didn't notice till I did some more research this morning. Kamala Harris said, "If you got something to say to my face," but she didn't show up for this event. Oops.
Her face is in the camera right now. He's saying it to her face.
Yeah.
To her acolytes, because all those AKAs sitting up there. So we gonna get him today, girl.
Man, I know it ain't all of them, but these they need to get a hold of these AKAs, man. They doing too much.
I'm gonna tell you what it boils down to, right? What it boils down to is he's showing a lot of black men. This your bitch? This your bitch?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that is. Is this your bitch?
Yeah.
Is this your
Yeah,
queen? Hey, wait a
is
minute.
this your queen?
Is this your queen?
like you got to realize this, because if you ask me a question and I can break it down, I say, wait a minute. Let's go by the facts. You put an embargo of trade and energy on Russia and food, which you just crippled Europe just by doing that. How much energy does Russia produce for Europe? So now you've stockade. You pretty much put up all the grains that they create. And now you're wondering why all your beef, all your chicken, all your produce is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder why all your energy costs went up.
Yeah.
And BGS, you told us this, but it's starting to get out. That embargo kick-started a second economic system that wasn't ready yet.
Yes.
And so now you don't have a monopoly anymore. So now you pay more. And that people in the know, they're really pissed about that.
Yeah, in other words, congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah, you gambled. But I told you guys, if you guys remember, I told you guys this 2.5 years ago. They were gambling.
Yes, you
did. And if they lose it, they're gonna lose it big time. And now they're trying to, what they're trying to do is make up for it. That's how come they want to keep Biden in place.
But you know what this kind of reminds me of, though?
What's that?
Go back and look at and trust me, Marco Rubio is not one of my favorite politicians.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and look at his debate with Val Demings.
Mm-hmm.
And the same kind of attitude, just disrespectful. And I was like, she gonna lose it. She did lose pretty badly. They announced it like within 2 seconds. She lost.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was back in 2022. Go back and look at that debate.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar.
They have nothing to fight on. The thing is that she has no policy of her own because she's the vice president. She has to hold that L, whatever L that Biden was holding. She's got to hold it. And if he sticks to those top 3 or 4 things, she doesn't have an answer for.
Yeah, I checked her website because everybody's complaining it doesn't have any policies on there. She did update it though, and it has a about her page. Yeah.
And by the way, I like to make this announcement real quick.
But you'll forget about it because of Megan Thee Stallion,
I'm gonna give you this announcement. Can y'all, for everybody watching, donate to this news channel because it's 1 o'clock and we talking good shit.
And also,
we only an hour in.
No! Basically, if you're on either channel that you're watching us on, subscribe to both channels. Right? Just get the numbers up. Okay.
Get the numbers up, man.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
You know what is ironic? They saw what the pandemic did to our economy.
You're right.
And you want to do hasty, drastic shit with the embargoes, and you put an embargo on a country that supplies the prime ingredients for your fucking industrial fertilizer.
Okay, this is the thing that doesn't matter, right? Okay, and this is the gamble. Okay, if China's economic system cannot hold weight, then Russia has no place to sell, right? They would have collapsed within 2 or 3 months. Okay, they knew it. Okay, if Russia could not get stuff in or sell their product to keep the war would have been over in 3 months. Okay, and Russia would have had a retreat or collapse, which is what they really wanted, right? Okay, If it does, but that's a huge gamble, because if you do these sanctions, whatever they did, right, and it doesn't work, that blowback is going to be enormous. So what you're seeing is an enormous blowback because the shit didn't work. Okay,
we crapped out.
Oh man, basically they came up and took your room key. Okay.
Damn.
They left you butt naked with a shoestring and a paper bag over your head.
And basically, they gave you a bus pass to get back to town. Okay.
You know what? I really think I'll say this, then I'll play it, because they were 35 minutes late. He was rushing his talking points, because I mean he was clearly taking control every time he started speaking of the question and the situation. These people were outmatched. But I really do think he probably would have spoken more on that. But then again, he's talking to people who are looking to vote based on skin color and sex.
This is, and you know, we walked into this, because I walked in this on YouTube. This is what they call an ambush, and they don't think that you have an answer, and he's ready for him. Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Ask
you another question that is also impacting Black Americans.
And that's very clear now.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sonia Massey.
I get it now. They messed up her mic, the Fox News chick. They sabotaged her mic, but because I remember these two chicks' mics were fine, but the Fox News chick mic was messed up. Wow. Because I believe ABC is hosting this.
And but these are
Someone
all
from Illinois.
These are all AKAs. It doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we talking about sister girls here.
Yeah, they're all in the
sisterhood is only good if it benefits you.
And an unarmed Black woman was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You've said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Okay, first and foremost, let's get this clear. Because Charles, y'all were talking about this earlier. All right. I don't know if it was today or if it was yesterday, but he meant civilly, not criminally.
Number one, this is how immunity works. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and donate to their channels, please, because you're getting college level shit over here. Immunity means from criminal and civil in the fair uses of your job. Meaning, if somebody gets hit by a stray bullet while they're hitting the suspect who's armed with a gun or some means to take the life or to do grave bodily harm, you don't come after that officer. Now, if it's a situation where it's misconduct, there is no immunity. Did she throw the water? Yes, she did.
Oh, she did?
Yes.
She threw the water?
Oh.
Yeah,
threw the
but this was after they had pulled the trigger on her. When they pulled the trigger, she threw the water. I think because to me, it looked like she was throwing it in self-defense. They were shooting at her.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, okay, take the case. You ask the case, all right? What more can they do? They fired him. They're charging him with murder. What more can
they pretty much did what they should have done.
Yes.
You investigate. Does this constitute deadly force or not?
Yeah.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
And so, I mean,
now if you're just, and I would tell people this real quick. If you're throwing, not saying she did throw it, but I'm going to watch it again to give my definitive view of it.
Okay.
If this is Officer Faulkner, you try to throw boiling water on me, I'm blowing your ass away.
Yeah.
Those are
Shout
permanent burns.
Shout out the Passport for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But
Yes,
I
sir.
want to hear his answer.
All right.
I want to
play
hear
it.
Kamala's.
Let's play it.
They
Oh,
said,
by the way, you know the situation with the what was supposed to be her 4-year-old nephew or whatever. I saw the body cam footage. That is definitely a case for qualified immunity because I mean he had to take a gamble. Either he had to, it was a 50-50 chance where he started shooting, whether he hit the dude or missed and the guy dropped the knife because he had already stabbed up the mother.
Okay.
For those that don't know the story about the cousin, the 4-year-old or whatever, they got a 911 call from a woman. She had just been SA'd, sexually assaulted, in her apartment. The guy was still there. The police came out. All right. They heard her screaming because he was stabbing her up because you know the police was at the door. They kicked in the door. The guy at the point when they was kicking in the door, he ran to her son's bedroom, the 4-year-old, snatched him up and was using him as a human shield.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So when by the time they kicked in the door and saw her on the ground, blood squirting everywhere, they look up and they see him now with the knife at the child's, face or whatever. So it was a split decision.
Yeah.
They had to act fast. I mean, they're human beings. They walked into the most chaotic situation you can walk into as a cop. The things you don't want to do. I'm pretty sure a lot of cops, Charles, tell me, what would you have loved to have spent your 20+ year career as a cop doing?
Absolutely nothing. Riding to a store, getting something to eat, playing with the little kids, going to the comic book store, not watching a mother bleeding half to death and a son and a 4-year-old have a knife to their throat.
Jesus Christ.
So they did what they had to do, and unfortunately, the kid, bless his heart, he didn't make it. He got shot. He got shot in the shootout. And before anybody say, well, why didn't they negotiate? Look, this is not TV.
Now, I'm going to explain this, okay?
Ohio, hold on. Remember the case in Ohio with the white cop that rolled up on what was a fight. But by the time he got there, everything was calm. Wide street camera footage shows the fat girl, when the cop was pulling up, she walking out of the house all nice and calm. There were already police on the scene. Everything was calm. By the time he got out of his car, that's when the fat chick with the knife, when she attacked the woman holding the dog, and he had to blow her away.
I remember that case. Yeah. That was
That's what I did the show about. And I said that was a justifiable shoot. That was a clean shot. I'm amazed how well he shot because he could have shot somebody else.
Yeah,
he
she was
saved that girl's life for all we know.
She was within inches of stabbing that girl.
He did save her life.
Yeah.
You got to realize this. Out of any community that needs the police, is damn sure ours. Because look at what the fuck we're producing. We're not producing a bunch of kids who are well-mannered. Maybe if we actually had the fathers, take back control of the kids. But no, because you want to be the queens of hell, you get to live in it.
Yeah.
I don't feel.
And I've been in these situations. There's not too many situations I have not been in between the military and the police. I've seen some ugly, ugly shit. I've seen the best of humanity and the worst of it. You're black people. You keep letting these fundamental what's the word I'm looking for? Anarchists. A lot of these motherfuckers are anarchists that's telling you defund the police. You know why? Because, believe it or not, the police are the motherfuckers that's keeping those anarchy motherfuckers from kicking in your door and sacrificing you to their pagan gods.
That's true. Whatever left of humanity in civilization.
It's a very thin line, and The sister girl routine that you see on the stage don't understand. Imagine some of the conversations this motherfucker had to have for 4 years.
And they're the first ones to call the police on you, the women sitting on that stage.
Exactly.
Yeah. They will be the first motherfuckers. He hit me.
He hit me, or I want him out of my house, or whatever. They're the first one to call.
What was you about to say, AB?
What's the prosecutor in Chicago? I can't think of her name right now.
Fox. Kim Fox.
Kim Fox. Don't talk about Kim Fox like that.
You know what?
I don't know these people.
Just think, they did all of this the whole defund the police movement, because let's be honest, who really pushed for that was the lower class.
Actually, it was the upper class students that really pushed for defund the police. It wasn't the lower class.
They've been okay.
It wasn't the lower class people to talk about. It was those well-educated female community.
You mean the black lesbian mansions?
The ones, all those people that said defund the police all had bachelor's degrees. They weren't the lower class people.
Bunch of fucking trained Marxists and shit.
And look what happened. Look what happened. Look at what happened.
They
Everybody,
defund the police. They didn't defund them. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
The guys that get released all the time are usually these type of, not all of them, but these bachelor degree chicks that you mentioned. Those are normally their baby's fathers. Those are normally their baby's fathers.
Sometimes.
Because they grew up in that environment and that's all they know. I mean, it was really pathetic, that whole Random Man from Atlanta series that popped up. And I mean, the girl, of course, she was doing all her talking. She didn't look like she was starving. I mean, she was showing off her name brand stuff for the baby. And then up pop the Random Man from Atlanta, who looked like, you look at her and you look at him, as like, okay, I understand when you come down here in Atlanta, you like to, do a little quote unquote slumming or messing around with the locals. All right. I mean, when I was in my 20s, a lot of college girls.
Yeah, but they didn't defund police.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
These chicks, that's normally when these chicks, if it wasn't high school back in the 80s, but they was having grown men's babies, it turned into, as I grew older with that crowd, a lot of these chicks turned up like Random Man from Atlanta chick, where you finally get a look inside her house and how she's really living, and it looked like she living in a $600,000 house. She jumping in Range Rovers and shit, talking about how this dude that she was messing with for 2 years got her pregnant and abandoned the baby, even though he already had other kids that he wasn't taking care of. Plus, he was abusive. That's the norm for these chicks. And these are the dudes that, because they decided to eliminate a lot of laws like theft. Charles, what did they do with the laws on theft?
Shoplifting is pretty much null and void.
Yeah,
I mean,
it had to be something over $1,000. They didn't even look at it seriously, barely.
I mean, you gotta look at it, right? There's a reason why everybody looks at our community as bass backwards, because it is. And fundamentally, wherever you see the education of the women, you'll see the downtrodden of the community, because it goes into stagnation very quickly. Women are not known for helping communities. They're selfish in nature.
Yeah. Theft turns into running over bicyclists. It turns into getting, which I find so funny. You say that you are afraid of police officers, the white cops, because they're all racist and violent and kill you, but yet you seem to be very combative when they're in your presence, and they're being very respectful. And somehow you think you're doing something with your mouth that's gonna get you out of them handcuffs. It's not gonna happen. Go ahead, BGS.
As I was saying, the defund police is not new. That is a white limousine liberal idea that's been taught to black women. Okay, that's where it comes from. That's what I was trying to tell you. It didn't come from
Oh, that's
black.
fine.
It didn't come from poor black people. Okay, that's what I was
They
trying to say.
supported the hell out of that.
They might have, what I'm saying, the idea and where it was taught, especially in these schools with these chicks to get degrees, is by white fucking liberals. Okay,
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
and they
and
can't do it anyway. But the thing is, and any cop will tell you, okay, COVID started all this shit where people running rampant and stealing stuff, right? Any cop will tell you, if people decided, a lot of people decide they're gonna steal, the cops can't do anything about it. So, and you don't have jail space for all these people, okay? So what they did is said, okay, if it doesn't go over a certain barrier, then we can't really prosecute these people because we don't have enough room. So that's why they made that. That's why they made the allowance. It's because after COVID, people got loose. The morals got loose, and people said, I don't care. I'm just gonna steal, right? If just like during a riot, right? If enough people said, I'm gonna loot and I'm gonna steal, cops can't do squat because you don't have enough of them. So that's why
well,
they did that.
one of the things I think is starting to show strain in the American system is the police need somewhere in the community to meet them halfway. And traditionally that's been fathers, right? Or fathers rule. But if you have everyone, I mean, if that gap is just getting bigger for teachers and policemen, and broken families are asking for more and more help, more surveillance, then either you have to get more punitive or you have to let more stuff slide. And there's no right way to do it except to have a man in that house.
It's okay. There's one way to do it, but the thing is, what most people aren't going to like it, right? Okay, if retail, and you're starting to see it, right? The retail cannot afford to open up shop in a place where people are going to steal. What they're going to do? They're going to close it up. Okay. And if you close up enough of them and people can't get access to their food and whatever they need, eventually they're going to start doing what? Respecting the store that provides them a service. Okay, it's a give and take. Because the same ones that walk in and steal and all that kind of stuff are the same ones that are going to say that we live in a food desert, or we live in a debt. We can't get health care. We don't have a pharmacy, shit like that, right? Okay, when you do, okay, are you going to start respecting the pharmacy and the food store and the stores that open up as law-abiding citizens?
Oh,
Then
and I think.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think that one thing that's going to happen for Trump is there are going to be a lot of, I mean, I hate to say it, but boomers. They're like, hey, listen, man, just give us law and order. We'll take that. Like,
I mean, people think the boomers aren't suffering, right? Okay, if you're on a fixed income and inflation is double digit, people think that the boomers are automatically going to vote for the Democrats. Bullshit, because they
that's why they give you Meg the Stallion and only focus on race and sex.
Ask Ronald Reagan, will boomers vote red? They sure will.
What? Hey, BG, hold on, wait a minute, BGS. You think boomers gonna look at if they keep putting the Megan Thee Stallion out? You think boomers ain't looking at that?
I mean, basically, that's Atlanta. Now I don't live in Atlanta, so I don't know what's going on there and why that went on.
I can give you the vibe on that.
Go ahead.
They are highly upset about Megan Thee Stallion coming out there and shaking her ass. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So here,
but a Bay.
Yes.
Well, speaking with the boomers, my fucking store, like I said before, I think I spoke to you about it on the phone, but I said it on BGS's stream, where all the elderly women that was wiping out my fucking ramen noodle section, and they were complaining about the price of the food.
Yeah.
And they were talking about Biden could give Ukraine and Israel money, but these fucking food prices are high.
And guess what DC told me, right? Okay, he told me this last night, and remember that nobody, no regular person gives a fuck about the Ukraine and
okay,
Russia,
okay,
okay, and the
bro.
money that's going over there. No regular voters don't care.
Let me read y'all some of these comments. Let me read
That's
y'all
what
some of these
hey,
comments.
what am I lying, OG?
No, you're not lying.
You're not. Man, people
So-
in Atlanta are hot.
He said next they're gonna be giving out soul food plates and Patty LaBelle pies.
Oh,
Like, nah,
I have never seen a presidential rally doing this. Okay, ever.
me neither.
And
oh.
but the thing is, these are AKAs. This is Atlanta, and it's an Atlanta vibe. I've said, okay, maybe I'm missing something. Okay, because I have to go by the people that live there. But the thing is, I thought this was disrespectful personally.
Yeah, here's the interesting fact about that rally last night, though. I found this out earlier this morning too. It turns out once Megan Thee Stallion got off the stage and Kamala Harris got there,
Okay.
Everybody started leaving.
Okay, free concert, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. One girl said she's moving to Canada. Another woman said Jesus, Devontae Christ.
Oh my God.
This one woman said, "Oh
This
my
one
God,
wild,
Kamala
okay.
over here trying to be the cool mom by having Megan and Quavo come out looking desperate AF. How are music celebrities going to fix our country? The world is just ghetto, man." That's another woman. Another woman. It's so ghetto here on earth.
Yeah.
Let's see. One guy said we always shucking and jiving. Another woman said, was Fantasia not available? I'm literally
Oh my
God.
Oh, you get the
That's pretty good. That is classic. Clip it. Okay, clip that one. Okay, that's
Oh
pretty
my
good.
God.
Wait a minute. What the fuck did he say?
She said, was Fantasia not available? I'm literally speechless at a complete loss for words.
Oh, so we got to get the ultimate baby mama for the ultimate
Hey, might
twerker.
as well. I
Right.
was cracking up.
Look at the people in the background. Look at these old white folks. They like, what the hell?
What the hell's going on? Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah. Hey, you know, when I'm on TikTok, okay, forget the black man going in on Kamala Harris. You know how many black women I've seen going in Kamala Harris on TikTok? It's crazy.
God damn.
Even
You got these motherfuckers out here twerking at a presidential rally.
yeah, look at the white people. They're like, what the fuck is this?
I was flabbergasted when I saw this shit.
Well, but think about this though, right? Especially for a city like Atlanta. Where is the political power base in Atlanta? Who was on that stage? You had a pastor. You had a pastor on that stage. The pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church? What?
Warnock?
What? How is Jamal Bryant going to explain this to his church?
Man, fuck Jamal Bryant. That motherfucker's from Baltimore, and I know all his dirt. You know what the fuck he's gonna explain to his church? Well, I went down there too because I had to lay hands on them nice women. I had to bless them.
Hey, Passport OG. I'm still in the church. You know, there's a term in the Bible for Jamal Bryant. It's called a false prophet. You will know them by their fruit.
I mean, he's a false prophet, but you put him in charge of the biggest black church in Atlanta after what he left in Baltimore? Lord have mercy.
Well, he didn't leave Baltimore. He was chased
No, he was
out.
forced out. He was
forced out.
Right.
No, he was chased out. He was chased out.
Those who
He was chased out.
All right, let's get back to this Donald Trump thing. We just kill it. We black people in this.
You know, such inwardry.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking?
All right, now quickly, he said he don't know much about that case, but he heard something else. You know what I'm saying? This is that something else that her supposed nephew. This is the story that he's about to talk about.
with the water, right?
Yeah, well, police.
It didn't.
Police unions are not backing this person either.
Okay.
But again, why would?
They're going to be charging the officer? I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, they had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So can you get a little more specific back to the immunity question? Who would make those
Well, right now, for the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police departments. But I'm saying if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime, or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine
you
an
go
innocent
after
mistake?
somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous. And they have the policeman's life and woman is a very difficult thing because sometimes you have less than a second to make a life and death decision, and sometimes very bad decisions are made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
Well, I've been prosecuted because I'm a political opponent of two people that have weaponized our justice system. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case. And I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't because he wasn't president at the time. And he had 50 years worth of documents. And they ruled that he was incompetent and therefore he shouldn't stand trial. And I said, isn't that something? He's incompetent and he can't stand trial, and yet he can be president. Isn't that nice? They released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory, and therefore we're not going to prosecute him. I won the case, and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
I'd love to move over on to
I didn't notice you do any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an attack on a political opponent. I have another one where I have a hostile judge.
We have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different topics.
Excuse you. You're the one that held me up for 35 minutes.
If we can move on now to the state of the race, sir. I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he has said in the past. He said the Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. He's not talking here about how great it is to be a parent. He's attacking what he says are the choices people are making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children before you picked him to be your running mate? And do you agree with him?
No, I know this. He is very family oriented and he thinks family is a great thing. That doesn't mean he thinks that if you don't have a family, it's not. I know people with families. I know people with great families. I know people with very troubled families. And I also know people with no families. They didn't meet the right person. Things happen. You go through life, you don't meet the right person.
But he's not just talking about families here. He also says that people that don't have children should get less votes than those that do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
Is that your campaign
I think
position?
I'm speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family, but I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family. And the people without the family are far better. They're superior in many cases, okay? He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that he thinks the family experience is a very important thing. It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family oriented, but that doesn't mean if you don't have a family, there's something wrong with it.
Just one.
So,
He's slippery.
man, I mean, he just threw a little cooking sherry on there, took a sip or two.
Man, I'm about to drink some cognac after what he said. I noticed ABC didn't put it. God damn.
And he said, "This is the best they can put out against me." That's what he's saying right
now.
Yeah, what my VP said.
Yeah, my
You know that
VP
they actually they tried to use that pure white babies comment against him, but they was like, but his wife isn't white.
isn't white. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Show the picture of the wife with the little mixed race kid.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
smiling.
Oh,
Yeah.
not only that.
Like, what is he talking about?
But so how can he be a white supremacist if he's got a
Hold on, wait a minute.
a non-white wife?
If I'm not mistaken, didn't he name his son Vivek?
Oops. Oops.
That's why I say Trump should have picked Vivek, because it definitely would have kept him alive throughout his presidency. But I see why he didn't, because this is a very
and Vivek is a Soros guy too. So gotta understand.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But he's on the Republican side.
But he's still a Soros guy.
Both sides. That's
Both sides. Yeah.
So basically he's a spy.
You never know. I mean, they play both sides. Okay.
Right. So I mean, this is very important for him. So of course he's gonna grab Vance. Of course he's gonna grab Vance. You cannot call Trump a racist and like, well, my VP, look at who I picked for my VP. He has a mixed race family. What do you mean?
And also the one of the main reasons he picked Vance is because Vance is one of the few people in Congress that's
War.
Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. Now he got back up.
And guess who's anti-Ukraine? Him. Why would you pick a VP that's pro-Ukraine that they can tackle? Your president is anti-Ukraine, anti-war, but you voted for it like 15 times. Okay.
Ooh, why do people think Trump is stupid?
Yeah, I don't think that the Democrat Party really understands how truly unpopular that Ukraine war is. Because there's no reason.
They know. They don't care.
Right.
They do. They know.
Inflation for that.
They do. They don't care. So now they're trying to cover it up. That's how come they don't talk about it. Okay. That's how come DC wouldn't talk about it, because he knows how unpopular it actually is. Okay.
Ugh.
But right. The average person could care less about Ukraine. All right, man.
Okay.
I've been doing this for 2.5 years, and I've been hearing all this shit about Ukraine, but now they don't care about it. Okay.
I'm gonna look at it like this. Like, this is. I need it. Yeah, do me a favor, Lewis. Bless you. Send me this video. Please text me this video, because the next motherfucking time I hear a mother say anything about Trump, I'm just gonna forward this shit to him and say, "Here, do with it what you will."
You can roll after me, because I'll be doing it tomorrow.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
I'll be reviewing it tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, wait. All right.
All right.
We're getting a preview today. You're getting a preview.
Yeah, I'm gonna go straight tomorrow too. I'm gonna call it Twerk Blue, no matter who. That place is where
well, they just underestimated Trump. They don't understand how politically and business savvy the guy is. Like him or not, he's good at this.
What they think, and this is something black women need to learn, right? You cannot treat a white man like you treat black men, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is the gynocracy thinking they can talk to all men the same way, because the way they're talking, they came out talking to him the same way they would talk to a black man that came out that they didn't like, right?
Yeah,
he is not a black man. He's not going
to talk to him like he's Barack,
hey Charles,
president.
I texted to you.
Yeah.
And BGS, I emailed it to you. The link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm going to tell you, this is for a lot of you guys out there who have trouble with black women. This is how you're supposed to handle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and he wouldn't let him interrupt, and he wouldn't let him overtalk, that kind of. But the thing is, they finally, he's white. Okay, we can't talk to him the same way, because if they'd have stood up, if it was a black man, they'd have got out of their seat.
Yeah.
but that's a white man, okay?
But BJS, you know what's so funny about what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Themis and Thoth just had a stream on later tonight with FD on there, and they were reading him the riot act about why he wouldn't protect black women. I'm like, you're going after him? Oh man!
So what my FD signifier?
Yes.
Yeah, they got
were
rid
like,
riot act.
there's like, you're not doing enough to protect black women. And what about femicide? I was like, whoa.
No, so
He's like one of your
so
biggest...
Themerson thought is a black woman now.
No. The girls on his panel were, but he was kind of testing him. But
Yeah.
the panel it's like an ambush. I was like, you're going after this guy? He's one of
Wow,
Yeah.
they're going after FD, really?
If they eat their own. Oh, you got to send me that one. Passport.
hold on.
You got to
Was
send me
it
the
today?
link.
It was just a long stream, so you probably want to.
Hey, did y'all see
4
that?
hours?
Yeah.
Did y'all see that interview?
Was he there for the whole 4?
Let's see.
Did y'all see that interview clip with Judge Joe Brown?
There's actually 2 videos. Which video?
The one where he's sitting with the dude.
Okay, I saw.
The basketball player. What's his name? I forget the basketball player's name.
Kwame Brown.
Yeah,
that was
Kwame Brown.
Okay.
That's a Kwame. Okay.
But he asked about Kamala and said she's paid such shit. I was like,
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Well, he know she got a bad. Kamala Harris has a bad rep in California. Okay.
No, because he cost them a lot of money because he didn't prosecute. He didn't prosecute the person with embezzlement.
Everybody knows about her and Willie Brown. Everybody knows about Montel Williams. Everybody knows about how she got ascended through the Democratic Party and the stuff that she's done and the wreckage that she left behind. She has a bad rep in California, especially Northern California.
But I was actually a little bit more interested on what he said about her on foreign policy. Like, what's she going to do to impress Putin and Xi Jinping?
Ooh, I don't want to hear that one. I do not want to know. I don't know what he's. I don't even want to know what he said about that.
Oh, it was brutal. Let's just say I want to say it, but he said it for me, so I don't have to say it because I ain't gonna say that on my channel. Good Lord, it was brutal.
Yeah.
My God.
I'll send you a TikTok I did on it, but man,
Judge Joe Brown went in. He went in. I'm sorry. He went in.
Mr. Z's gonna have a good time with Themerson Thought and FD.
Oh,
he's gonna have a field day.
CFD, I can hear him now. CFD, what I tell you, FD.
You know, it's so funny when I look at FD signifier, and I'll be like, God damn. Even if they clone 10 of you, there's not enough testosterone to fill up a thimble.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, babe, play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to bounce in a second.
Play that beautiful movie footage.
Play that beautiful ring footage.
Yeah, I'll be doing this one
tomorrow. Hit me in the back chat.
Last point, and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote. Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should have more votes than a person who does not have children. I just want to be clear here. Is that the position of your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I have ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now, you have illegal aliens coming into our country, many from prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally, and they're taking the vote away from all of the people in this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see this happening, if I'm not elected, you're going to see it happening. If I am, you're not going to have any problem. But you're going to see it happening a long time. You're going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their jobs to people that have come into this country illegally.
Mr. President, can we stay with just kind of the state of the race right now? Because I felt like that vice president question, candidate question was right in there with that. So let's talk about J.D. Vance for a little bit. He's had some stumbles out of the gate. I don't know if you're hearing what we hear as reporters, but it's been a tough couple of weeks for him. Why did you choose J.D. Vance?
Okay.
Why
did you choose him? And I'm having a hard time hearing too.
I know
everybody out there can, but it's hard.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, she called
I chose him because he's a very strong believer in work and the working man and woman, and especially the working man and woman who have been treated very unfairly, because you have many of them in this room. But you have many of those people, they were treated very unfairly. They worked very hard and they were treated unfairly. He wrote the book that became a bestseller. The movie became a smash hit. He's a very smart guy without the benefit of having a family that has contacts, like a father that was well connected. He got into Yale Law School. He graduated in 2 years from Ohio State, summa cum laude. I mean, you take a look at, his career has been an amazing career. He started off at a level with a difficult family situation, very difficult with the mother and the father and everything else. He ends up going to Yale Law School and was one of the top students, became the head of the law.
It'll be elegy.
Yeah, this was an ambush. This is an epic fail.
Wait a minute. We're gonna call him a racist. That'll get us back on track.
Okay.
What happened? Oh.
I guess it finished.
So he's a United States Senator.
So,
and so Harris, like I respect you for your success, I respect people for their success.
The reason I asked the question is because the last time you and I sat and talked was the day that you were shot. We'd been together for much of that day. You left to go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and we didn't know what was next.
Yeah.
And 2 days after that,
I cannot understand your microphone.
I know
is so
it is
muffled.
really hard for me
I
to
mean, it's
understand
just
you
I can understand you perfectly.
because she's
Whoa.
closer.
I can understand,
Happy to hear that, sir.
but I can't
Really happy to hear
understand,
that.
Harris,
I have a few more questions.
because of the distance and the mics are really in lousy shape. But I cannot understand
So,
you asking a question?
what you're saying.
so what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some words that were prophetic because I asked you who you wanted to choose for vice president.
Yeah.
And you said normally it really wouldn't matter what they would bring, you choose somebody that you think has a future, that sort of thing. But you said these words 3.5 hours before an attempted assassination on your life. You told me that bad things happen, Harris, and that's why this decision is important this time. Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
Does he what?
Ready on day one, if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him and for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president in terms of the election does not have any impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down and it's all about the presidential pick. Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons of what we're talking about, not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way. And I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been. But you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in.
JD Vance?
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think?
Not divorced.
Well, I mean, my point is.
It was said in a friendly way.
My point is. Do you think the?
Y'all catch that?
Man.
Wait a minute. What did he say?
Right. Yeah.
Opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think? Well, I mean, my point
but
is
at least
here.
It was said in a friendly manner.
My point is, do you think
That black girl ain't
the
even cracking
Republican
smiles.
Party
She's
is
so
getting a
angry.
little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about
Here we go.
what JD Vance is saying?
I don't think, look, I think that the Democrat Party is really the one that has the problem. I think they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing the
But
death.
I think it's
They're
about
allowing
freedom,
the
right?
death of a baby after the baby is born, based on
Sir,
the
that's
governor of
illegal in
Virginia.
every state in the
That's
country.
Based on the governor of Virginia,
Executing a
they're
baby in
allowing the
every
death
state
of
in
the
the country
baby
is illegal.
after it's born. They're
It's a crime.
allowing abortions in the 8th and 9th month.
Well, Democrats have
I
denied.
think they're right. And I
That's
think
the
the
thing.
Republican Party is actually much less. I think I've made them much less radical, perhaps. But the Republican Party, what we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted it. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservative, everybody wanted abortion brought back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade in the federal government. They wanted it. Everybody
But the
wanted
majority
it
of
back.
Americans oppose
Excuse
Roe
me.
v. Wade being
They
overturned.
they
Multiple
don't know
polls have
about
showed that,
this.
sir.
Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do. I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a look, right now they're doing, it's an amazing thing, out of the federal government, it's in states, and people are voting. And I will say, Ohio is, let's call it a more liberal version, has been approved. Kansas, the same thing, a little bit surprising to a lot of people. But the people are now voting. And it's taking this issue that's been going on for 52 years and has torn our country apart, and it's giving it to the people to vote on. And they're voting. And many states have already voted. Others are in the process of voting. And it's bringing it back to the people and a vote of the people. And it's not at all radical. And again, you have to follow your heart. I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Most people believe in the 3 exceptions. Most Republicans believe in the exceptions. But they don't want to see an abortion in the 9th month or the 8th month. Almost everybody agrees to that. And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby. That's a radical, horrible position. And some people want that. I don't want it. Most people don't.
Thank you. Can I just pivot really quickly to another question?
Mile ahead of him.
I smell
Grand
pork.
slam.
I smell pork. Y'all smell pork? Smell good. I don't even eat pork, but I want a couple slices.
He is roasting them. They are not ready for him.
Well, with some
That
grits
is-
with some butter on top.
Yeah.
That they are getting cooked. They wouldn't. I mean, just God, how many times did they say Mr. President? Come on, man. Mr. President, what do you think about? Dang, this is not gonna look good tomorrow, boy. Ugh, no. Boy.
It's my
About
understanding
you brought
that
up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president at 82, which is older than Biden is right now.
But not
Would you-
mentally. Look,
is that the best they got? Really?
Listen, here's the question.
He's shot. But most people.
Would you consider?
Most people, I know many people in their
Yeah.
80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Oh, absolutely.
And who would
I
make,
think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my
me,
goodness.
and I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That was that wasn't a question. She
Sir,
didn't
you
ask
can
me a
answer the
question.
question.
She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeated
You can
your
answer the
statement, sir,
question.
actually.
You said you would. You would.
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision
If I
to step
thought
down.
that I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them and I aced them.
Well, can I
got
just?
'em. I took 2 of them. But let me ask.
Yeah.
I would like to have people running for president, and I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in.
Yep.
We have Afghanistan, which was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
A Kamala
what he has
failure.
done to our country, and her too, what they've done to our country, she has been a horrible vice president. She's considered the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Mr.
Don't mean to
President,
interrupt you, but would you consider taking the competency test?
Mr. President,
I would love to
And
do
make
it.
it public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to?
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Mr. President,
He's debating her through them.
To be clear, you don't think Harris.
how do you intend, and
She didn't
look,
pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to have to pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it. I
She
guess
did pass it.
There's a
She
man
did-
over
she
here.
did
I
in
think
fact pass
he
it.
must work.
Mr. President, I would love to ask you about January 6th. You've called yourself the candidate of law and order. When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said, yes, absolutely.
Sure.
You called them patriots. 140 police officers were assaulted that day. Their injuries included broken bones, at least one officer lost an eye, one had 2 cracked ribs, 2 smashed spinal discs, another had a stroke. Were the people who assaulted those 140 officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Well, let me bring it back to modern day. Like about 5 days ago, we had an attack on the Capitol, a horrible attack on the Capitol. You saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells, lions, all these magnificent limestone and granite with red paint, red spray paint that will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100 years from now. They viciously attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed
But sir, my
that
question
city?
is on
Yeah, they
those.
burned down the
My
library.
question is on those rioters who assaulted officers.
You have to
Would
ask
you
In Washington,
pardon
they
them?
burned down the library.
Oh, absolutely, I would.
You
If
would
they're
pardon
innocent- If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just well, they were convicted by a very tough system. How come the people that tried to burn down Minneapolis, how come the people that took over a large percentage of Seattle, how come nothing happened to them? How come the
But
people
sir, we're
that-
talking about
how
people
come
that
the
were
people-
seen
No,
beating
We're
officers
talking
with
about federal
flagpoles,
buildings.
dragging them down the stairs. They're on
They
video. Have you seen that
Really?
video,
Oh,
sir?
really? Well, they
you would
shot-
pardon those. You would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died in
140
Minneapolis.
officers
You know,
were
people died in
assaulted that
Minneapolis.
day.
And nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens to those people. But you went after the J6 people with a vengeance. And I'll tell you what about the cops that were, and I'm all for the police, as you know, but what about the police that are ushering everybody into the Capitol? Go in, go in, go in. What about that? Look, nothing is perfect in life, but you have people from Minneapolis, you have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C. They were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying. They were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them.
Wait, watch her face. Watch her face. Watch her reactions. She is just so pissed that he's throwing it back in her face.
They were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying. They were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them. And you can't have two systems of justice. That's why they went after me as a political opponent, because they felt they couldn't win without doing that. And we're going to win our cases and we're going to be vindicated. But I have to spend a lot of time on that and money. That's what they want. After the election, they won't care. Although in my case, I think they probably will, because the hatred is pretty deep. But I'll tell you, they went after me as a political opponent. That's never happened in our country before. And it sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
What do you do on day one if you win? What's your first thing?
What do? I close the border. And I do two things because I can do a lot of things simultaneously. I close the border. We don't want people coming. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. They have to come in legally. We want people. I want people to come into our country, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say, what do I do? That, and I drill, baby, drill. I bring energy way down. I bring interest rates down. I bring inflation way down so people can buy bacon again, so people can buy a ham sandwich again, so that people can go to a restaurant and afford it. Because right now, people can't buy food. Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%. Right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you. I like you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car. You know, Elon Musk endorsed me, and he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. But I'm against everybody having an electric car, okay? I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline-propelled car. But, you know, we have more liquid gold, gasoline, oil, under our feet than any other country, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other country. I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices, bring down costs, and I also have to stop the invasion. And remember, they're taking your jobs. These people coming in are taking your jobs.
Project 2025.
I think we have to leave it there by the Trump team.
Hey, pause it.
So we'll leave it. That is the last word. Thank you so much,
Hey,
Mr.
pause it. AB, you there?
Yeah.
You got your avatar right there. Vote blue no matter who. Right here. Right there in the all blue.
Oh,
she gonna vote. She gonna vote mad. She gonna be mad in that booth.
Clutching her fucking pearls.
So it gets better. It gets better.
There's more. There's more. Wait.
Oh
more?
yeah. There's more. This is the response. One of the chicks, one that was in the middle. She had something to say.
Go out front now. She was one of the moderators you saw on the stage there in that discussion with Trump at the NABJ. And I know, Gideon, you're a political reporter. You report for Semaphore. So when you're sitting out there, Trump.
You're on one for that rested bitch face. Let me shut up.
Obviously, Vice President Harris did not come. He came. He wanted to be there. And then it started out as we just heard. What was your reaction? Were you surprised?
She mad.
Yeah, I was shocked. I didn't anticipate that because I figured if the former president made the effort to come to Chicago in front of a bunch of journalists, Black journalists, he would anticipate, certain questions. So I was excited to, do the interview and then immediately kind of sank in my seat once he started essentially bashing the panel.
Really?
I'm sorry. Who picked the fight?
Yeah, really.
Who started the fight?
And actually, he was really relatively tame to you. He didn't really say anything really bad.
Yeah, if Trump wanted to, he could have got nasty.
Right.
Well, I think Trump being nasty is what they wanted because he would have fell into their trap. But he played the game against them. Like Trump doesn't like black people. We know how he's not the greatest in terms of black folks. But if he gives them that red meat, that's exactly what the other campaign can use against them. He sat on that stage like a champ. He took it like a champ because there's no other reporter in America that's going to talk to him that way. Even the ones that don't like him. He was a good sport. He played good sport right there. Can't get him on that.
What I love was that he spoke directly to what the problem was. And I liked how him and the Fox reporter who they had sit way on the end with the bad mic, they both let each other know that we see what's going on here. And then Trump called out the girl in the blue like, oh, her mic is fantastic. Maybe you should be sitting up here. He had nothing to say to this chick right here because, I don't even know why she was there. She turned around and asked the same question that the chick in the blue asked about J.D. Vance. Like, didn't you hear me the first time? Why do I have to repeat myself? And I've already made my abortion stance, whether you like it or not. I'll leave it up to y'all. Go
and
ahead.
if you listen to the audience reaction, it was more in favor of Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, with Roland Martin in the crowd. Oops.
Oh, I know. Oh man. Well, I mean, all they can do is play to emotions. That's all they can do. Because when he starts talking about inflation and how much it costs to go to the grocery store and how much it costs to fill your tank up, there's no emotion there. You can't emotionality your way through that.
You know who was listening the most and listening the least? It was definitely the men listening to the most. And these women wasn't listening to that because, you know, they always feel they got the government to lean back on. Shoot, hell, half of them probably own food stamps already or some type of government assistance. Especially if they're a single mom. Like, shit, like, you can't get child support from Antonio, no matter how much they keep releasing him from jail. Shoot.
He talks about those border the migrants coming across the border, and these people are their jobs are getting, they're seeing the competition for their jobs while right across the border with nothing.
Whose jobs?
Black jobs.
Oh, okay. I just wanted clarification.
Black jobs, black folks, people at the bottom jobs. And Trump,
and he's
trying to fix something.
Here's the fucked up part about it. Notice he wasn't afraid to talk directly to black people.
Yep.
And about black people's status. When did Kamala do that?
Well, when Meg Thee Stallion was shaking her booty, that was supposed to be, that was Morse code. The shaking, the twerking was Morse code.
As the so-called cosplay black girl. You know, aka her X-Men code name is Morph. Her X-Men code name is Morph.
Morph? Oh yeah, because she is a riot. All right, let me play this.
So, okay, so you're sitting there and he's doing that. And then I was trying to listen as we were hearing those sound bites play a couple of times. At one point, it seemed like people were some were laughing. Then they were clearly upset. How did the audience receive him? And did that sort of shift in those first few minutes?
Yeah, you are right. They were very responsive to first his attacks, but there were also some, laughs throughout the course of the 35 minutes. There were audible gasps at one point, especially when he talked about Vice President Kamala Harris not being Black, which was, I think, to a room full of Black journalists was sort of off-putting, but also like confusing as well, when she is always presented.
You, as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent.
Oops. Whoops.
I could have sworn
laughter, and then those audible gasps that you just referred to. So, Kadea, you obviously were one of the moderators. So, as you talk about sinking in your seat when you realized how this was going to go, you then, of course, were asking questions. And I wanted to play one of the exchanges that you had with Trump. Here it is.
Would you consider taking the cognitive test?
Mr. President,
I would love to
and make it public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to...
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Just to your point of fact, she did fail the bar exam the first time she took it. She did pass it then. It was a district attorney in San Francisco, Attorney General of California.
Yeah, how did she pass it though?
What did you
That's off the
make of that response in the moment?
Very surprising. I immediately remember thinking, oh, is this going to be an attack line on the campaign? I just didn't, it was surprising. I didn't know where it come from. I also didn't understand where, not calling her, saying that she wasn't Black. It was just very surprising. But I was happy we had PolitiFact there to, just kind of push back, if not in real time, online.
Right, to do the facts. Okay, so were you surprised he stayed all 35 minutes given how this went?
Yeah, yeah, we were promised an hour, but it was clear that he had like sort of a hard out, but obviously because he was going to
That's y'all's fault. You
Pennsylvania.
was running late.
Yeah, no, I
36
I
minutes late.
anticipated him to spend the time. And the time they actually told us he would have to depart, that he did that. I anticipated. I just didn't think that he would come all the way to Chicago and not do this.
Right, and to come all the way to Chicago and do what he did, that is what seems a bit confounding here in terms of the audience. All right, Kadia, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And as I said, you saw Kadia there in the center there, moderating that debate or moderating that conversation with Trump. David Urban and Aisha Mills is with me now. All right, Aisha, so, you heard Kadia. I mean, he was supposed to come for an hour, but, he sat for the 35 minutes. I just can't emphasize enough that he chose to be there. He wanted to be there, and he took his time to go there, right? All of those things are true. So what do you think is the outcome of this?
Everywhere he goes, there he is. Okay, Donald Trump is going to Donald Trump. Everywhere he goes, he's going to be Donald Trump. He has always been just disrespectful and had such disdain for the media, first of all, for Black people in general, and certainly for Black women who are members of the media. You can just roll the tapes back and see how he's treated everybody pretty much who was Black in his press room, but specifically someone who was a friend of CNN, April Ryan, the nasty things that he has come out and said about her. So I wasn't surprised at all that Donald Trump sat there and was so frustrated and just evil to the people who were questioning him and expecting him to
really,
because he something that he doesn't do well. He has such vitriol and a horrible foiling at anyone who ever questions his judgment, who asks him to explain himself, who asks him to back up with facts.
They're killing their network.
Isn't she a little too old for that hairstyle?
Nobody. Is the typical liberal hairstyle with the shaved on the side. The only
she's
the rat tail on the front.
She's probably that Jimmy Neutron hairstyle she got is probably a sign that she's a lesbian. Let's be very vocal and open. Trump was joking with those ladies. Even some of the ladies on the panel were laughing.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
He was having the audience eat from his hands.
Yep.
How was he being rude? Notice they never put into effect. This is the reason why it's very important. You just proved it, babe. Why you got to look at the video in its entirety. Because if you just go off of these bitches who are lying through their fucking nigger lips.
Hey, family show.
I'm sorry.
We're not Deadpooling it tonight. I understand. You're quite emotional. You're drinking on your yak. I get you.
It's for the kid. We love the kids. But she's lying through her teeth.
She's lying.
And you can obviously see that if you never showed the first video and you go by what these lovely ladies posted, guess what? You would think that he ran out there early, but they were 36 minutes late.
You notice they're not showing. Let's see if they show any clips. Let's see if they show any the clips from how it started. Let's see.
His positions, his attitudes, his beliefs, and certainly when it's coming from Black women, he doesn't have any patience or tolerance for it, and that's what we saw on display.
So, David, what did we see? What was the point of making a whole thing about whether Kamala Harris was Indian or Black when she's both, and frankly has always openly discussed that she's both? What was the point of that?
Oh,
yeah, Aaron, I'm not quite so sure what the point is. Indian, Black, what Donald Trump just said, her race is irrelevant. Her gender is irrelevant. Her performance is what I want to talk about. Her positions are what I want to talk about. And he should have delved into those. He should have said, listen, when he was asked what he did for why should Black Americans listen or trust him now, he got into it a bit and talked about funding HBCUs and the First Step Act and lowest unemployment African community. I mean, and empowerment zones, things that his administration did. Stick to the facts. Trump had a good record. The president had a good record as president. with the African American community. And he should have spoken about that. Don't get down and get in these petty grievances about things that are irrelevant. When we're talking about Kamala Harris's dissent, we're not talking about the things that matter to people. Her policies. Talk about, whether she's for fracking, what that's going to mean to the people in Western Pennsylvania, whether she wants to take your guns away in states. Let's have a debate on the merits. And I would have challenged, I would have said, listen, you're journalists in this room. No one's asked her a question yet since she's been the candidate. I hope you ask her some really tough questions moving forward. I think it was a missed opportunity.
I mean, there's no question. I mean, in a sense, Aisha, that's true. And David obviously is giving, his analysis as somebody, who sees the politics of this and the policy of this very differently than you do. But instead, we're actually now, and he's saying, well, she was Indian and then she turned black. Is that how we put it? So just to go back here, and I know, David, your frustration, but then we have to fact check it, which is, so back when she was running last time, did she indeed identify only as Indian heritage or not? And so back in 2019, here's what she said about being black.
I'm black.
Yes.
And I'm proud of being black.
Absolutely.
And I was born black. I will die black. And I'm proud of it. And I'm not going to make any excuses for anybody because they don't understand.
Okay.
She's always
Aaron,
been black.
you could go.
Hide from that.
Yeah, but I would say equally, go back and pull the tapes. Look at the Sacramento Bee, which is, I think, the paper record in California. It touts, first Indian American senator sworn in the Senate in 2016. I mean, there are some articles out there that you can hang your hat on that says that she was Southeast Asian descent and really played that part up. And look, she's mixed.
Right.
She's mixed
But
race.
David,
She's
I mean,
both. She's
I
both.
think you
She's
agree.
both.
For you, as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent.
My ancestors are half Italian, half Polish. I'm both.
By the way, I like that. I want to have that clip, please.
Can we just talk about how ignorant this whole conversation is?
Yeah.
Say what? What'd you say?
I need that Kamala clip. Out of her life, not mine. I got to send it to a couple of my friends so I can watch their pissed off faces.
I'll send it to you.
This
think
is a
we're all amazed that we're
biracial
having-
woman in America. We're
Aisha,
not
listen,
talking about ancestors
Aisha.
off of a boat. We're talking about a woman whose father was a black Jamaican man, whose mother happened to be an Indian woman. There are many people in this country who are biracial people who absolutely identify as the fullness of who they are. And the fact that you have someone who is a former president that's running for president again, that is making a mockery of the heritage of anybody
just hanging
is
themselves
really
at
the
this point.
fine point on all of this that we should be talking
Killing
about
their
here.
network.
It is ridiculous.
So
Lube your
Well,
strap.
Who the hell played a violin?
Ridiculous we're talking about it, and not talking about Kamala Harris's record. And President Trump put himself in that position. So instead here tonight of debating her failed policies, the Biden administration, we're talking about this. And it's a distraction. It's a distraction in the American people. I'm sure it's a distraction in the American people who don't want to keep talking about it.
Distraction? Really?
A hastily announced conversation with the former president went off the rails before a word was uttered.
Oh yeah, this is what Kamala had to say.
As the event started an hour late. Trump blamed audio problems at the convention hall, but NABJ members said he was upset at being fact-checked in real time. The first question from ABC's Rachel Scott focused on Trump's history of racially insensitive comments against black people.
I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President
That's
Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act.
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
When asked about his opponent, Trump tried out a new...
Now you see they didn't play her whole question.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, they
That's right.
chopped it and then made it seem like that he just said this, talk like this to her for nothing.
tax strategy, falsely claiming Kamala Harris only recently identified as black.
She was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
In reality, Harris has long identified as black, attending a historically black college and speaking openly of her Indian-born mother and Jamaican-born father. Trump's comments drew audible gasps from the packed room of black journalists from around the country, many of whom felt the NABJ should have never invited Trump to begin with.
You're a presidential candidate and you talk to people like that? How do you run a country when you are racist? Those are racist statements that he said to those young ladies today.
What this did was embarrass NABJ because we gave a platform
Man,
to
shut the
that which we know was a freak show and an absolute catastrophe. That's what that was.
I think that this format lends itself to the mass production of disinformation and misinformation.
He also appeared to.
They don't realize that this is 2024. The news cycle is not going to fix this. Oh, they are behind the times, man. Way behind the times.
In all honesty, I'm gonna take what Roland said as reverse psychology. You know what I'm saying? Because he was everybody in there was expecting those three black women's in their little business suits. Well, two of them were in pantsuits. One of them probably should have wore a pantsuit. At any rate, they thought that they was gonna cook him. That they had him with these gotcha questions.
They did.
And he ate that stuff up.
He didn't even have to go. He didn't have to go. He did it anyways.
Because he wasn't scared.
You know what he did? They kept asking him about why was he talking about her heritage. You know why? In Dr. Tiersan's Johnson stream today, he said that roughly there are 9.7 million black men, and roughly half of them are able to vote and don't do it. That's who Donald Trump is talking to. The guys that are on the fence that may not vote. So I ain't going. That black dude that may not vote. Hey, how about you vote Trump? I'll get you. I'll make your taxes lighter. I'll get the prices down. How about that? He knows exactly what he's doing.
What killed me about the old black lady was her whole reason why she felt he was racist was because of his tone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I'm not here to be talking about this whole, Kamala this and you said that. Like, I ain't got time for this. Listen to what I'm telling you. Okay? These should be your issues, not about Kamala claiming to be black and, and some trumped up BS about me being a felon, because that's what she was really trying to get at about, the presidential immunity. Just ridiculousness.
They don't have anything.
Y'all getting ready to lose your homes. Like,
man, look.
Black women.
Look. What I'm seeing the last 24 hours have been a disaster, man. If you're drowning in debt in America right now, and you see some chick twerking on stage talking about we ain't going back, and then you see this, man, look, man.
Going back to what? Low interest rates, cheap gas, affordable food,
affordable rent.
Right, shit.
I like to put.
You got 3 times rent, and the rent was less than the rent was under 1,000.
I like to put my heir in my mama name.
Yeah, I mean, good Lord.
Like I think he's a racist because of his tone, even though you never checked the tone of them 3 scallywags. Well,
they was on their
2
side.
scallywags. One was actually half decent.
Yeah, they was trying to be on their side. That's pathetic.
I can't afford groceries. I'm gonna vote for Kamala, so I can still not own groceries.
What you gonna say, Louis?
I had to pick between dog food and canned vegetables.
Yes.
Hey, babe, share my screen.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I had to pick between dog food and canned vegetables.
Where you at?
I'm at my senior home, and for some reason, somebody peed in the elevator again. But I'm worried about Trump being racist. What did he say that was racist?
Okay. Reverse Uno.
What is this?
Trump holding a reverse Uno card.
You know what?
Yeah.
From now on, I want to hear what he actually said that was racist.
Oh, he didn't say anything that was. I mean, he could have been racist, but oh my gosh, they're playing it wrong. I mean, come on, you can't go.
But all the people all the Negro colored people you wanted. Have you noticed that each one of them are against reparations?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
but they're not racist.
And she was very adamant about it too. Like, I ain't gonna do nothing just for black people.
No.
I mean, she was indignant. That's why if you saw the full interview, the girl because it was a black woman that was asking her the question. And when she said that, they put the camera on the black woman's face, and she looked like she wanted to slap Kamala out of that chair.
But this is what they deserve.
Yes,
it is.
That's
it is.
correct.
Years
Told
of
us the tax credits was our reparations.
yeah, this is what they deserve. Years of just spitting in our face.
Oh,
you better be out. Your ancestors died.
That's right.
Yeah, this is karma. Karma, and
it's lack of planning. It's lack of planning, and they don't have anything to run on that people want to vote for. Besides what women having, they call it reproductive health, but what it really is just the next generation of Americans that aren't here because 90% of women are in that position because they don't take that situation as seriously as they could have. Like there's 10% of women that are in that spot where something bad happened. Most of the women in that spot are in that spot because for the last 60 years, basically that activity is consequence free.
Well, a passport. Look at how many of them that had multiple ABs and their reproductive system doesn't work no more.
Ooh.
Look.
And also, how many of them that got caught up in being strong, independent, and a boss bee, that when they're looking for a mate, the eggs are dry.
I mean, I'm not sure if JD Vance meant it to be mean or if he did it strategically, but the point blank period. If you, and I'm not trying to be mean, but if you have that capability and you don't use it, you're essentially functioning in society as a man. So you got to have to get treated like one. Period. Yep. I can't have a kid. So I get treated like someone who has to do something extravagant in order to have a kid. I got to pay for something. If you're not going to use that ability, even if you have it, then what effectively you're not going to be a mother. So why should I treat you like a woman that might be a mother? You're a worker. Congratulations. Yeah. You're working. You get treated like everyone else.
Well, you got to realize
you can't
something.
Not be a mother and not you can't want to be treated like a mother and not be a mother.
Well, see, that's the reason why women don't like rank and file, because they want to be like everybody's equal. But even though we know damn well when it comes to beauty, when you say, "Oh, you look beautiful, just like Lizzo," you have the face of Tawanda Burke. But when it comes to rank and file, there are some people who are just going to be better at certain situations or privilege. Mm-hmm. Does a wife outrank a baby mama?
Yes.
Yes.
Vastly. Always. So why do you try to be a baby mama trying to get white privileges?
Because you don't tell me what to do.
Well, I mean, even the idea of being
You're
mother
a misogynist.
and about it. Like, of course, being a mother is not sleeping on the beach in the doggone Thailand. Of course it's not. But sooner or later, you got to grow up. It's part of it. You want a family. Mm-hmm. Your mom did it for you. You're going to have to do it for somebody else. It is what it is. I mean, if you're going to celebrate the fact that you chose not to do it because it's some kind of strong brave, then great. Guess what happens in 20 years after you choose not to do that? Your family lineage stops with you. It's just what it is. It is what it is. You got to accept it. Stop being celebrated for doing something that medical science made possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I find funny? Remember that it was a tweet where the girl said, "I wish we could pick our baby's fathers." And the thing about it was that I mean, naturally, common sense says, well, you can. But to them, no, they can't. Because we hear what they describe, what they feel to be the ideal man. Right? So they can't get him, so they get the Timu version. You know, well, at least he got the height. You know, at least he got the height. At least he got the money. It may not be clean money. You know, at least he like to spend his money going places. Like that little simp dude who talking about some pulled out $5,000 out of his pocket. Like, yo, when your girl, like you say, the difference between me and you is that your girl got to wait till you get paid on Friday to get some money. He pulled out like $5,000 out of his pocket. It's like,
I mean, if that's the guy that she wants, take him.
Yes,
don't
go.
don't come back to me when it's all screwed up, telling me to fix it. Nope, absolutely not.
There's a reason why because you know they cry about this whole every 6 hours thing, but the highest rate in which they die via being involuntarily removed from society is at its highest rate between birth and 19 years old. And then between 20 and 30, it drops down. And then after that, it almost disappears. I think it only appears 3 times in the death rate index, like highest between birth through 19, then it drops down almost to the middle between 20 and 30, and then after that it drops all the way down to like 8 or something like that. Out of the top 10, it drops all the way down because you stop taking them risks. You stop messing with them type of dudes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hopefully. It's hard. If you're a baby mama, you can forget it. You pretty much stuck in that lifestyle because no single man that is thinking correctly is going to take on that burden. I mean, unfortunately, I came up in an era where, that it was cool. If you like her, then you take on the package. It took a minute, couple of experience to get you up out of that, to get me up out of that.
Well, I mean,
but today's men are not doing that anymore. That's why you got a passport OG. Am I lying?
Man, look. If there's a wife in there, it's worth the risk. Okay. But if there's no wife training at all, then trying to make a woman that does not even want to be a wife is just a way to just implode your life. You're just going to blow your life up.
What's time?
If she has no wife training in her, and she sees every answer to her life being made whole via society and her career, and when things go wrong, I call these people, and I find a guy to give me extra money when I need that. So I don't need a man that's going to tell me what to do and tell me to stay home instead of going to this dangerous nightclub. Then you get what you get. Because Officer Charles could say this. What's the safest thing a woman between 19 and 26 can do over getting married to somebody boring and living a stable life and having some kids? That's probably about the safest thing you go to. I'm sure Officer Charles goes to a house and a man that's well dressed walks through that door. He knows ain't no trouble coming out of that house. Simple, man. If you want to be a club chick.
It's called, what's the first rule of protection?
A man.
Obedience.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You always say that. That's right.
If when you don't obey, you're subject to whatever nature got for you, right? Yeah, remember that whole talk about the bear? Well, you didn't protect me from the bear. I told you, dumbass, not to go into the forest.
Yeah.
Well,
you see the video of the chick? She actually ran into a mama bear and her cubs on the trail, and she kept bagging up and doing the typical make yourself big scream, but the bear kept coming down the trail at her to the point where she was blowing her rape whistle. And
First of all,
came to her rescue.
Oh man.
Yeah, and she was so happy. Oh, thank God, the bear's coming down. Help me. Oh, okay, I got you.
You think you still safe with that bear?
Like stop it. Trust me. You'll run into all different types of men in the woods, but it is a very, very, very slim chance that you're gonna run into, Jason Voorhees.
And even Jason Voorhees, like, what the hell you doing out here?
Right. I mean, if
Yeah,
the guy
get your
is
ass out of the
looking-
forest. Get
if
the
the
hell out of
guy-
the forest.
If the guy is looking kind of shabby, like he been out there for days or whatnot, yeah, you might want to be very, 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 very careful. But if it's Tom from accounting out on a weekend getaway, come on.
But then again, if he looking kind of shabby and he's out in the woods, he's supposed to. You're in the damn woods. You're not in Fort Lauderdale. You're not in a. You're gonna. If you ever had to be in the field for all my Army guys or Marine guys, you're not looking good. You looking kind of scrub.
Pull me up for a minute.
Where you at? Okay.
Everybody said they're safer with a bear until they're with a bear.
Oh.
but you know,
that's our response. You want the bear? Fine. Call 1-800. Call a bear.
Pull that up for a minute. This is where this is kind of fictitious. First and foremost, you rarely see a black woman that small anymore.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Is
true.
that her real hair or a lace on?
You know
and the
that.
smile. Look at that smile.
That's a smile. They don't do that. So you know that hair is a Scully, right?
It's AI. It's AI generated, so go figure.
And then look at the size of the bear. Does that look like the average size of the chicks in our community?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay,
What
so
I thought was interesting in that interview was when they brought up the point about the single mothers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure that he tried to be diplomatic, but I'm sure that any average person watching that's like, why is that his problem? That's not his problem. That's your problem.
Yeah.
It's literally like, what are you talking to the president about your personal problem for? I got the chicken pox. All right, well, deal with it. You had a single baby. You're a single mother, and what's supposed to happen? He was really diplomatic, but I'm sure you get in the right circles. They're like, hey, you had the kid, you take care of it. What's the problem? What you want from me?
See,
the sad part about it is that they're not paying attention to their own statistics.
No, they're
like
not.
I literally had to, because some chick, that video that's going around bashing old black men being alone in nursing homes and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to hit this one chick with the stats. Like 53% of evictions are black women, mostly the ones with children, because they do their Section 8 vouchers run out, their housing vouchers run out. They can't even afford the rent because you voted to legalize theft. Now the stores around you are closing. Your little side job that you was working at is gone.
Mm-hmm.
AB,
when
check your
Walmart
phone.
closes down, you lose 150 people. The average fast food restaurant, you lose 14 people.
Good point.
You're talking about people who work a regular job and then a minimum wage job, or sometimes two minimum wage jobs, while on government assistance, and the government assistance ain't enough. So now the church's chicken gets shut down because y'all burned it down, or there was a riot inside, and these are franchise owned. So whoever owned it said, screw it. I made my money. I'm shutting it down. I'll move locations. You can't go. You out of a job. You don't have a car. You Uber to work. That's killing you because you don't want to take the bus.
You don't want to cooperate with a man. How about
Right.
that?
He was talking to them. But they wasn't listening.
Well, I honestly believe this, and I think this is one of the passport things that's
He
just a
racist.
looming issue. Oh, go ahead, play it.
It's up. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me move this thing. What they say? Bear. Louder choice. They playing the outro. The intro.
Hey, Bay, you got the bear picture still up.
That's what he threw up. Am I missing something? Oh, we're
I
going
thought
back
you
to
was gonna
JD
play
Vance.
something.
Go back to JD Vance.
All right, we'll go back. All right, sorry. Nope, I gotta take that down. There we go. JD. All right.
To distance himself from comments his running mate J.D. Vance has made, criticizing childless women and suggesting they should be taxed higher and their votes should count less than those with families.
Historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been, but you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
Amid the sea of skeptics, some Trump supporters who thought the moderators, Scott, Kadia Goba, and Harris Faulkner, missed the mark in their questions.
Do you think he was disrespectful to the hosts and moderators up there at all?
No, I think that she was disrespectful to him, extremely disrespectful to him. The way that she made a leading statement, again, she didn't greet him, she didn't thank him, she just came out of the gate being very defensive or being very aggressive.
How are you going to best support the Black community via policy? That is the conversation that should be having here. And I think to some extent, it wasn't able to be had, especially in the way that it should have been, because of some of the divisiveness that came out from the onset of the country.
And the reactions have come fast and furious on social media, with the Harris campaign saying that Trump had attacked and insulted the Black journalists on stage. Trump saying he was attacked by those journalists. A very eventful way to start off the National Association of Black Journalists convention here in Chicago. Paris Schutz, Fox 32, Chicago.
Now, Vice President Harris did fire back at Trump's remarks about her racial identity.
Harris spoke at a Black sorority event in Houston, and Terrence Lee is on the live desk with her response. What did she have to say?
Wait, I thought she couldn't make it because she was at the funeral.
Wait, rewind that?
At a Black sorority event in Houston, and Terrence Lee is on the live desk.
Racial identity.
Harris spoke at a Black sorority event in Houston, and Terrence Lee is on the live desk with her response. What did she have to say, Terrence?
This was today.
Cut this. Hey, Bay, cut this shit right here. Cut it. You gotta save that video. You gotta save that.
Oh, it is. It's a. All right. Don't worry about it. I got it. Yeah, it's in the private album. All right.
A lot. Scott and Tia, today Trump suggested Harris suddenly adopted a Black identity for political gain. Tonight in Houston, she clapped back.
And it was the same old show. The divisiveness and the disrespect. And let me just say, the American people deserve better. The American people deserve better.
Oh, y'all playing this wrong.
Wait. Hey, babe, rewind this shit. Rewind this.
They deserve better. The American, the divisiveness
Wait, right there.
Okay.
and the
She was looking
disrespect.
for a response. Look right there.
And let me just say, the American people deserve better. The American people deserve better. The American
Don't
people
sound like a lot of
deserve
people
a
in
leader
there.
who tells the truth, a leader who does not respond with hostility and anger when confronted with the facts.
He wasn't hostile.
We deserve a leader who understands that our differences do not divide us. They are an essential source of our strength.
Well, then explain DEI. Define it. Define it.
Not shit for these photos, Lewis, but yeah.
Do you know how many businesses are going under
Look,
because
man,
of
look.
DEI? This
Look-
whole
look at the-
Deadpool Wolverine movie is a prime example of
Yep.
Disney and their DEI policies.
Oh,
Go
what
ahead.
you call
I'm
it said,
sorry.
what you call it said, Theo said, basically he thinks that movie is evidence that the election is already done. The way that people responded to that Wolverine, or what you call it, the Deadpool movie, people is tired of the woke. They're tired of it. Tired of it.
Exactly. And believe it or not, it had all the elements that they try to push on you. It had the homosexuality, had a whole lot of gay jokes. What man on man physical action? What else? The lesbian relationship, Akikio and Megasonic Teenage Warhead.
The boss bitch.
Yes.
Hey,
Hell,
Louis.
the goofy straight white male, the incompetent one.
Louis, can you
They're
email me
making
those
fun of it.
pictures?
Yeah.
Put it in the back
They
chat.
made fun of it. They made fun of it in the movie, huh? Oh, really?
But yeah, they're playing this way wrong. But okay.
Look, man, everyone can see that she won't go near inflation. She won't go near the border, and she won't go near the proxy war. She's not talking about it. And she's had plenty of time to do it. She's dancing around it. And she's trying to character assassinate a guy who you can't assassinate his character. You can't. He said grab him by the pee right before he won the election. You can't go after his character. You can't. Can't do it. You have to go at him on how he managed COVID or something. It ain't his character. He's not going to do it. Not going to get it done. People don't care. I don't care.
Here's the issue. Getting back to this DEI stuff, because like I said, they kill corporations, and the reason for that is that it's pretty much a white male and female who's not on the team witch hunt. When they talk about equity, they talking about coming for their jobs with a diverse group of people, that being them, black women, all right, because they're in positions of power, being the heads of HR and then management and whatnot. They got these little degrees that actually are just enough to get them in those positions. So they hire their friends and family. Remember the chicken place? The black woman hired her family.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think they got rid of them? What happens when you get a bunch of people from your family working together? What happens? Come on, if you've owned any business or conducted any business with
You're
two
going
or
out of
more
business.
family members, you know what's gonna happen.
They're gonna either steal or give out hookups.
Right. They're not gonna work at all. They're gonna try to run all over you. The boss's son. What's the stereotype about the boss's son?
Oh
don't do
gosh,
shit.
I worked with a boss's son back home.
Yes.
They don't do nothing.
Not a goddamn thing, but walk around, sip coffee, and collect the check and take the credit for your efforts.
That's right.
And got the nerve to be smug with you, like you,
I could get you fired.
Like, you know, I can only suppress the urge to punch you in your face, but for so long, because trust me, when I quit, it's gonna be epic. It ain't gonna be no y'all ain't seen y'all. He ain't showed up for his shift in 3 days. No, it's like, damn, did y'all see what happened last night? Like, Johnny quit. Like, well, what happened?
He quit too.
Yeah, he quit. The police was up here looking for him. They had to fill out a report. Oh, shit.
Man, she is tap dancing, man. Like, look, we know
But
that
a
America's racist.
passport.
We get it. We get America's racist. Do you want racism or do you want racism and cheaper gas? Racism and cheaper gas is easy. What's next?
A passport.
Shoot.
With what you just said, she's tap dancing. but how many of us will fall for the same old trick and routine?
Too many.
Over.
Too many.
I would race to the gas. Okay, I would race to the
I
gas.
would say this though. I'll say this though. I think it's not as easy to make that like computation, I guess, in 2024 with the social media, like 2020 or 2016. I don't think the math is the same anymore. I don't.
Well,
Like-
I remember at work, it was a couple months back, we were talking about Trump, and an elder female was talking about, well, she interjected, she overheard our conversation, and she said, well, Trump is a racist. So I asked her, with all due respect, ma'am, what president wasn't racist? And
bingo.
And I give her credit. She said, you know what? You're absolutely right.
So what you worried about? He was you forget he was already president? Are you in a cage right now? Did somebody free you from a cage about 4 years ago? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, part of growing up is you understand you have to make decisions based on logic over emotion. I mean, you don't have to like the guy if he's going to make your life better. I mean, is he going to attempt possibly ending democracy? Who knows? Maybe, possibly, yes. Okay. But you're asking us to make two choices between what is going to be better for my family in the next 4 years and what's going to feel better.
Hey, Mango Slay, what do you mean by that question?
Oh, shoot. Let me go to the stream.
Oh, I guess we're supposed to vote for Kamala. We're supposed to vote for Kamala, blue no matter who. You got it, AB. That's you.
Dude's on coke. Where do I start? You guys.
Let me tell you something, bro.
Get
if you
back.
ain't paying attention to what's going on out here, if you still stuck on that, sex and race politics, I mean, good Lord, Tiffany Henyard is she's your cast and die, set in stone example of what happens when you vote for sex and race.
Yeah, that's true.
The town is bankrupt. She's bankrupted 2 townships, Dalton and Thornton.
Damn,
her
2?
main guy that helped her do the stealing, Keith Freeman, she fired him because he flipped. He's flipping on her to the feds. They haven't arrested her yet because it's so much dirt that she's been doing since she took office. It's like pulling a thread. It just won't stop. Do you understand? It won't stop. That's why the Lori Lightfoot investigation is so needed, because Lori, unlike the FBI, who aren't going to say anything until they put the cuffs on her, Lori Lightfoot can be like, well, this is what I found. And people wondering what's taking her so long to release to the public what she found. I mean, this goes all the way down past Good Burger. She says she graduated from a college, from a 4-year degree in 2 years. The college don't even exist anymore. So where's the proof?
I mean,
this is what voting sex and race gets you. Go ahead. Sorry.
You just got to look, man. At a certain point, it's got to be. It can't just be hope and change. Like we went through that with Obama. Okay, fine. We had a black president. We can't have hope and change 2.0. We can't have it. We can't afford it.
He wasn't a black president.
I know.
Shoot.
And I'm going to hurt some feelings here. All right, let's say he's our first black president. It's kind of ironic that it took a white mother to raise your first black president. But...
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
And he was a Kenyan, so he wasn't even fucking ADOS.
Nope, he was not.
And he didn't do shit for black men.
No.
He wagged his fucking finger at you.
They
Yes, he
killed. They arrested Skip Gates. Remember they arrested Skip Gates, and he was running his mouth because he felt that he was being uppity, thinking that everybody knew him. He didn't need ID for them to go in
Well,
his house.
he's a
Once they were in
professor.
the house,
He's a
they just
professor in his
asked
own
for his
house.
ID,
Yeah.
and he was running his mouth like a little, like a ghetto bird at the cops. So they look, you know what? Screw it. We'll just arrest you for disorderly conduct.
You will have
Hey, salty balls.
Professor.
Don't talk about Barry Soetoro like that.
Oh my god.
who used to sniff the snow while he was getting BJs from white men. Oops.
So you fast forward that, because I mean, there were more police shootings under Obama than any history I've ever known of. You know what I'm saying? It would seem like every week it was at least about 2 or 3 different shootings. And when Dylan Roof killed those 9 people, the best he could do was sing a Negro spiritual.
Wait, and with that, and I did not when that situation happened. Do you remember when the judge asked the family to forgive Dylan Roof, and then everybody came into the church singing Negro spirituals and hymns and everything at those people's funerals? No, I ain't hear nobody condemn that judge.
Man,
we gotta forgive.
Yeah, we always forgiving.
I don't think any of us.
That's not even what the Bible says. But go ahead.
Say what?
That's not even what the Bible actually says. But go ahead.
I don't even think anybody in this room forgave that judge who hugged. What was that? That white cop.
Oh, that was I cringed when I saw that.
It wasn't a judge, was it? It was a brother. It was a brother. No, you're right. It was a judge. God.
It was a judge and the dude's brother.
And wasn't it bailiff too? It was the brother.
Yep, the bailiff was playing her hair.
God.
The brother giving out hugs. It's like, and then the witness, the judge was treating him, like he wasn't nothing because he was, just typical, 9-to-5 street type of dude. And, what I'm saying? And the wife beater and the do-rag sitting up there testifying. So she treated him like trash instead of being impartial.
Well, I'm gonna shut up on that next comment I was gonna make about the Bible.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Let me say it. The only one that followed the Bible properly was Nat Turner when he read those certain verses. But I mean, nobody really reads the Bible, so
true.
Yeah.
You supposed
I
to
like
and what's his name that started the war? What's his name? John Brown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, man.
But I'm not John Brown. I'm not John Brown.
Yeah, he sacrificed all his sons for the struggle.
He did. Yes, he did. Yes,
We're not built for that. We're not built for that anymore. It takes a very special few.
Well, I mean, but you don't have to do all of that. You just have to reevaluate what you choose in terms of how you make your political decisions. I mean, look, if that means that I'm going to vote third party and let the Democrats work harder to earn my vote, that's fine. That's good enough. That's a start.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a passport. In the wise words of Camus Calbone and his wise saying, Black people are only serious about not being serious.
Unfortunately.
That's right. You saw it last night in Atlanta. The hell is Quavo talking to me about? Quavo's
I didn't even listen to his speech.
Quavo is half my age. How am I listening to him for?
And if you look at it, as a Black person, you should be insulted. They put out entertainers like, oh, these Negroes love entertainment. They love dancing. Put that out there. Get the energy flowing. Oh, they're getting a certain mindset. Oh, it's time to vote Democrat.
Man, I almost did a rant on that display last night. I still might do it.
Did you see people
working and dancing the fucking jig?
If you see Pink Book Lessons video now, she's hot. She is hot. Ah, you can tell she's from Atlanta. She is not for that mess. That is not a good representation of Atlanta. It is not.
Y'all want me to play the rest of this?
Go ahead.
All right.
The VP's father is from Jamaica, her late mother from India. Both immigrated to the United States. In her 2019 book, Harris wrote about how her mom's family taught she and her sister to take pride in their South Asian roots and also knew her adopted homeland would see her daughters as Black girls. Harris went to Howard University, an historically Black college in D.C. She's also part of a Black sorority. As a senator, Harris was part of the Congressional Black Caucus. Trump's remarks prompted immediate bipartisan criticism. The White House also blasted what he had to say.
Hold on. Rachel Dolezal did all that too. Did she not?
And she got canceled for it too.
Head of the the NAACP out there for years. Black husband, Black kids. I mean, what does that make her Black? Because she know how to twerk? She know how to cook soul food?
Yeah, we got to do better than this, man.
He is a candidate, so I'm going to be super careful. Wait, no, hold on. I have more to say. I certainly have more to say. As a person of color, as a Black woman who is in this position that is standing before you at this podium behind this lectern, what he just said, what you just read out to me is repulsive, it's insulting, and no one has any right to tell someone who they are, how they identify. That is no one's right.
Well, then y'all owe Rachel Dolezal a huge fucking apology. Excuse my French. Apology. Because y'all roasted that woman. Black women roasted her into OnlyFans in order to feed herself.
Well, but oh my gosh. I have an issue with anyone that comes to America and tells Black people how to be Black in America. If we want to beef about reparations with America, that's our beef, okay? Because Black people didn't choose to be Black in America. We were told we were Black. I choose to look. She can choose to identify to be something other than Black. That is not a decision that my grandfather had. My grandfather was told what color he was from the day he was born. He didn't identify as nothing. He was born, he was Black. What? Identify at? I really don't like people coming. I'm cool with the diaspora, but don't come to America and tell us how to be Black. Don't do it. Don't. Mm-hmm. We have a very complex relationship with America. So don't tell us just because you got dark skin, there's no Black person in America that's going to say they're a person of color before they're going to say they're Black.
Yeah.
None of them. Nobody.
It's like us telling the Haitians how to conduct their revolution.
Thank you.
All we can do is to give them support.
Thank you.
And that's what everybody else should do. If you want to give support, that's it. But
isn't that the whole? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But you have no right to interject any strategies or opinions because it doesn't concern you.
That's right.
I wish somebody would tell Roland Martin that.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wish somebody would tell Roland Martin that, but
Well,
Roland Martin want to check.
Yeah, he oh my God. At any rate, that's the whole purpose of the song. They not like us. As in they're not African Americans. They're not like us. We have a whole, like you said, Louis, we have a whole different experience here in America outside of, Black people from other countries.
But but this is somewhat our fault also. Where like me and you, we come from the same circles with the conscious community. Our problem is we're so compassionate and giving, where If it wasn't for us, our forefathers, these other people wouldn't even be over here in the first place, because we identify with the mother continent, but unfortunately other people do not identify with us. So I mean, it is time
On
for us
any
to be
level.
selfish. And me, I know some of y'all might be watching, I'm product of a biracial union. My father was ADOS, and even me as a biracial, I have to be careful because there's certain privileges that I have, and I have the ability that a lot of pure blood ADOS don't have. I could code switch if I want to. I have that privilege, and I have to be mindful of that.
Yes, it's complex. That's exactly it right there. There's no one way to. Gosh, it's almost like it's a systematic way of rewriting blackness. Like, I mean, even what's the name of the press secretary? She's Haitian, right?
Yeah.
And come on, I mean, okay, Haitian is Haitian, but it's not American ADOS black. It's not. Ugh. Complex.
But she definitely showed exactly why Trump needs to be president, because this identity politics stuff where you pick and choose. Like I got a video of this girl, pretty girl, but she got like these long braids in her hair with different colors and everything. And she's talking about punching a white woman in the face for wearing quote unquote black hairstyles. And I'm like, you have the audacity to say that with either other people or synthetic hair in your
hair.
head.
Yeah. What'd you call them? Smooth brain?
Yeah. And your look is that of, if y'all are familiar with Belle Daphne, you know, she did the costumes and all this stuff, whatever, you know, that weird elfin look that these girls be doing, the white girls do. She's sporting that look as a black chick. So she's totally ripping off another culture's look, be it white or Asian, and got the nerve to be culture gatekeeping. Like, how silly are you?
I think that there's an element that is not as vocal and it's not on TikTok as much, that are tired of the identity politics. They're tired of the woke. They're tired of all of the stuff in your face. And I think that there's a lot of it is black folks, conservative black folks, that go to church. They're like, can we just go to church with all these rainbow flags and these pronouns and all this woke stuff? Just a little bit less. Can we go back to like 1995? Like it's
look
on
at
a
what
thousand.
they're doing. Look at what they're doing in France. All the crazy stuff they're doing.
Yeah, man.
Because they were trying to be woke.
And now their society is falling apart.
Did you see those beds that they had for the Olympians that were coming there? It was crazy. I'm like, and no air conditioning. A lot of the rooms were 80 degrees. The basketball players didn't even try to go to their accommodation. They went to other hotels.
And a lot of the Olympians' property got stolen.
Yep.
Yeah.
While they were participating in the activities.
Really?
Yeah. They was going into the Olympic villages, taking the property.
It's that bad out there. They have homeless people, like homeless encampments around the Eiffel Tower.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. It's horrible out there. They had a whole power blackout. Like after they did that,
the train lines they set fires.
Well,
that's right. Yep.
Yeah, there's that, and they had like the day after they did that opening ceremony, that ridiculousness. They lost power at like 3 a.m. The power went out.
Really?
Yeah, a guy he wound up.
It was out for like 4 hours, right, Bay?
Yeah, they was in total darkness. I mean, that is going.
During the Olympics,
you also had players pull out. You had players and sponsors pull out because of that opening ceremony.
That's right.
With all those trans men, they was like,
Oh, yeah, and supposedly, the critics said they was making fun of the Last Supper, but their response was they were reenacting the deity of Dionysus.
Well, then why does it look like the Last Supper? Those are two different paintings, two completely different paintings with people doing different things. As a matter of fact, the fat one talking about she's suing.
See, well, they you know what it is. I say keep on letting them do what they do, because their actions is making people sick and sick of what they're going to get tired. The people are already tired of it, so let them keep on trying to shove it down your throat, and the backlash is going to be real.
Well, the backlash is already there, though. Le Pen, I don't know how their government works, but she won something, right? The far right wing chick. I mean, she became the president.
She became the what were they, a prime minister over there in France?
I'm not sure. They got some kind of tiered system, something. But I know that she's popular again because a lot of people over there are having too much. It's too much for them, and I think that is on the verge of what's going to happen in America. Because Meg Thee Stallion twerking in front of the president, that bleepity bleep ain't gonna fly. I can tell you that. Not gonna fly.
Yes.
Yeah. Hoes. The thing was of wine and pleasure. You're absolutely right. That's what the theme of that so-called ceremony was.
I woke up, I'm sipping my coffee. I go to the YouTube news. I saw that. I just shook my head. I just shook my head. I'm like, man, these people, they just won't quit. Like, this is why your nations are going to trash.
But Bay, you don't want to dick up your ass?
No.
No.
Shit. I don't even want shit up my, excuse my, you had to put a towel in my mouth to sit down and go. I mean, no. Oh Lord,
how dare you?
Oh my God. I mean, but the good news is that, you know, the Republicans are starting to fight back. You feel the tide turning. Like, I was talking to somebody today, they were talking about how Pennsylvania is blue, Pennsylvania blue. I'm like, like, after what y'all going through in Philly, because she is Philly, like, after what y'all are going through in Philly and what happened to him getting shot out there, I think y'all might go deep red.
How about those YouTube videos that are going viral of Kensington Street? That's going worldwide viral.
What happened
in Kensington Street?
No, they just they have like the dude that walks the street with a camera showing all the junkies.
Oh wow.
Like, those are
well,
like,
it's one with a guy
millions
he
of
goes
views,
around
man.
California, and there's one that go around New York filming that.
Atlanta too.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. Like, the past few years, like since COVID, the COVID years plus, I see more women outside homeless. They be standing there. I kid you not. They be standing at these freeway exits, these obscure freeway exits, with their signs up. They still be dressed nice, but there's a tent, and if you look back, there's a tent in the grass with a chair, and you see, you know, female stuff like backpacks, water bottle stuff, you know, stuff women would have. They sleeping out in the grass.
Wow.
You see that? What one dude doing the video? They got chicks. Some of them I believe are frauds. You know, the real pretty ones. Like, come on, ain't nobody gonna let you be homeless. You still got that bargaining chip, you know, going on with you.
The peace leaf.
Yeah, but a lot of these women are sleeping in their cars. They are sleeping in the cars. They tow up from the flow up.
And
but
we don't even know the fallout of just this having a whole generation of girls turning to literally online, work as a means to pay for themselves. Between that and just using dating apps as a way to basically, I don't know, do whatever they're doing with dating apps. You don't just do that for a decade and then turn into a mother that raises 2 healthy kids. You don't. Like, these women are going to grow old, and how do you fix a year and a decade plus showing your God-given stuff to the world for money?
Well, I think it's nature self-correcting itself, and unfortunately, we have, you could say, decades, and you can make the argument of centuries of dysfunction, and I think nature is course correcting itself.
Yeah,
these people are going to do this, and they're just biologically cutting themselves, locking themselves out of the market, and those that got their sense together are going to be the ones that reproduce in a healthy family. And what's happening with, especially with all this rainbow shit, it's not just race that's course correcting itself in this country. You're seeing everybody separate themselves through class and core beliefs in this country.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have degenerate white trash. Like, if you look at Fresh and Fit, whatever podcasts on all these channels that be exposing these people, it's not just us, it's other women, and they're just separating themselves out of the gene pool. And all they're going to be is recreational material, if that.
Yep, that's right. That's exactly right. And
That's
I think
what's going on now.
one of the things you're starting to see with these ladies that get super mad when you talk about the cat lady stuff is they know that they don't have any.
That's where they're headed.
Like, if you're locked in to that lifestyle at 40, you don't get a do-over. There is no do-over. That's you.
And you know what's funny? I remember BGS, it was in his Patreon stream where he was talking about we're not going to defeat white supremacy. The only thing that's going to defeat white supremacy is white supremacy. And you're looking at feminism. And you're looking at feminism. We're not going to defeat feminism. Feminism is going to destroy itself. And what you're going to see probably next year, maybe in 5-10 years, you're going to see a bunch of women go through buyer's remorse, and you're going to see the ones that's coming up, and they're going to look at them like, I'm not going to make that mistake.
Tia Mowry.
Look, I'll go a step further. You look at JD Vance, there are going to be some women that are going to see women pick up on the environment faster than we do. There are going to be some women that pick up on dudes and say, that's a life raft. Let me marry that dude, have 2 kids for him, and stay my behind in that dude's house. Because all of the white dudes, all the white chicks that walk past JD Vance, come on now.
Hey, I want to build with that passport. Look, what is JD Vance? He's a white boy, right?
Yeah.
No, he's white. Dominant society, and what a lot of our women look at as a man. And who did he marry?
He married
an Indian woman.
Sure did.
All right, host, get some sleep.
Oh, yeah.
And think about it. He didn't even marry a wholesome apple pie white girl. He married an Indian woman. Now,
wholesome apple pie Indian, wholesome curry chicken.
Yeah,
wholesome curry chicken Indian. Yeah,
he got some chicken masala.
Well, but I bet what he also got is a woman that is on his game plan,
right?
And tell me he will not sacrifice a little bit of race for a woman to cooperate with him, because that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I've always said, even in my strong conscious days, like, hey, a woman is a woman. You treat me good, I treat you good. I don't care what your race is. The conscious community doesn't It doesn't teach you to be racist. Okay, that's that pro-black stuff. That's not conscious. That's pro-black. Conscious teaches you to love everybody and to see everything as much as you can. Always be learning. Am I lying?
No, you're not.
Yeah. You grow. You're continually growing as a person. You don't get stuck like a Dr. Umar who's scamming people. I mean, come on.
Or Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, you know, or
that's
Nick
true.
Fuentes. You know, you got
Because
at
he up
some
there,
point.
because he's been crying about JD Vance being married at end. Like, man, I already see what's going to happen to you. They're going to tell you, you better go sit your ass in the corner, little incel.
Like shit, like you know what's funny? They actually call some of these guys they call incels be like married with kids for years.
I don't see your problem. I don't see your problem with it. I mean, you got these chicks online bragging about how they're voluntarily celibate. What difference does it make?
Wait a minute, Passport. Don't talk about Maya like that. Oh, let me shut up.
Oh my gosh, you read my mind, dude.
Who was that? Who'd you
Maya.
say? Oh, Maya the singer. Okay, yeah. Oh
Married to
Lord.
herself.
Oh Lord. I saw that on damn cartoon on Netflix. That Deep State cartoon. Yeah, her mother married herself, and the father was jealous. Oh
Yeah,
God.
man, this is the wild stuff, man.
Shoot me now. Life and art just no, but I just look, I've been said that we're done. It was just a slow rotting of the corpse. This land produces nothing but poisonous fruit. I mean, look around you. Nothing but poisonous fruit.
Well, you know what? I mean, I think a lot of the stuff that's happening is divine intervention because we were the canary in the coal mines for everybody, and nobody listened to us. They didn't take heed to what happened to us, and this is why I talk to my white chaps. I like, look, white supremacy was the biggest joke ever played on white people, because the people in power convince you that your skin color is more important than your economic standing. And now they saw what crack has done to us. Fentanyl is eating them up in the ass. And now you have more and more white boys that can't even get laid themselves and not getting married. And the dominant society did not take heed of what crack, AIDS, the war on crime with the prison industrial complex done to economically castrate our men, us, to have families, and the side effects that it would have on our society. They thought it was funny. They thought, it's going to plan, and it actually is, because it's eating up their society.
I'll wrap it up full circle with the Trump video. I bet that there are a group of white men that are going to watch that video today from the journalist meeting, and they're going to be like, I never thought I'd see a black woman, talk to the president of the United States like that. And that is something that a lot of people are getting for the first time. They're getting that finger wagging in their face like, you have no right to.
Well, Donald Trump is now officially black. He got 34 felonies. He got shot.
Yeah.
And he got his finger wagged at him by a black woman.
Yeah.
Trying to mommy him. A black woman tried to mommy him.
But he's racist. He racist though. So apparently Trump responded. Do y'all want to catch that?
Go ahead.
All right.
Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals. from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country. I think it's a very nasty question. I have answered the question. I have been the best president for the Black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act?
And for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Look at her. Look at that. Look at those eyes.
For those at home catching the replay, you got to read this. I'm not reading it.
Ooh, nasty question. Ooh.
You notice they didn't play that part either. They cut that part on the other clip. Yeah, they're Disney. ABC is owned by Disney. DEI Central.
I was invited here and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late.
Wow. He didn't have to say nothing.
Trump wants votes today. He wants some Black votes today.
Oh, okay. That's what he said. All right, that makes better sense. Yeah, they sabotage their mic.
What the nation has seen is this incredible buildup with journalists here reportedly upset because Donald Trump was coming. Some of them, and some of them we really hadn't heard from. So what I loved about what you couldn't see today was how much of that audience was enjoying the moment of hearing from a candidate that they might not always agree with. And that is the whole point. That is the growth of journalism, to be able to listen and question those things that you may not know about because you don't often talk to that person or those people. That was the goal here. So for all of that pushback, young journalists that I'm talking to after the event are saying, well, we're glad he's here.
That's funny.
If they can make it, they got to put Black.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She is always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect either
historically black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think,
that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you
Y'all
ask
have a good night.
continue in a very hostile,
Yeah,
nasty
night,
tone.
Eddie.
As a person of color, as a black woman who is in this position that is standing before you at this podium behind this lectern, what he just said, what you just read out to me, is repulsive, it's insulting, and no one has any right to tell someone who they are, how they identify. That is no one's right.
That's what he said. He just let them know what was up. Like 1 minute she was
This morning, he
Indian,
has questioned Kamala Harris's black identity in a combative interview with black journalists. Joining us live now is Republican strategist John Jordan. John, good to see you. Thanks for your time this morning. So what did you make of this exchange?
Well, first of all, everybody knows what they're getting with Trump. He's not a scripted politician. He just does it, ad hoc, and some people love him for it. Drives the media crazy, and in this country, the media is clearly not in his corner, and they're always going to try to create a tempest when there really should be one. A couple things to note about this. 3 things. First of all, where was Kamala Harris? It was the National Association of Black Journalists. She didn't even show up. 2, Kamala Harris is not actually fully black. Actually, she's not. She claims that she is, but she's half Indian. The other half is Jamaican, which is, a hodgepodge of wonderful different races. And so she's actually part Scottish and Irish too. So what Donald Trump was drawing attention to isn't race particularly. He was trying to draw attention to the fact that she is a politician of convenience. She's whatever she needs to be at the moment. And given the Democrats' fetish for identity politics, she's going to latch on to whatever she needs to be a more effective opportunist. And that's what he's really kind of drawing attention to, because when she was in district attorney in San Francisco, which is like 80 miles from where I'm sitting, she didn't really campaign on that or talk about that. She went to school in Berkeley. She's not really part of the American black experience per se. And he was trying to draw attention to the disingenuousness of her campaign. And she hasn't even given a press conference of any sort now in weeks, where Trump is willing to do these off-the-cuff, rough and tumble interviews, which is good sometimes. And when the media is out to get you, it's not so good sometimes. But in the end of the day, this is just another Trump storm in the media.
Yeah, sure. But do you support what he said? It sounds like you do.
Well, I wouldn't have done it quite that way, frankly, because I'm different, but I get what he was trying to do and largely agree with it. She is a political opportunist. 1 minute she is a tough on crime prosecutor, and then in 2020 in Black Lives Matter, she's raising money to bail out rioters and saying that she wants to defund the police. So she flip-flops and is so much of a chameleon and whatever seems to fit her at the moment that, yeah, I get why he did that. And that's what he's trying to draw attention to. And I think ultimately it'll work out that way.
Okay, well, we'll have to close here because we just have to keep it brief today. But the black vote is so crucial in this election. Is this problematic for Trump now? Does that vote now all swing behind Kamala Harris?
No, Kamala Harris, the Democrats are always going to get north of 75% of the black vote. Historically, Republicans have only gotten 8% of it. Mathematically, if you look at the Electoral College and how this works, if a Republican gets over 13%, it's over for the Democrats, everything else being equal. And Trump is polling ahead in that. People don't like being lied to, and people don't like being taken advantage of. And identity politics in America is starting to break down.
Is this another version of birtherism?
No, he's not. He's merely stating that's a media construct, birtherism. All he was doing was saying that in that case that Obama didn't necessarily produce a birth certificate, and I believe that Obama was born in the United States.
Pause that 1 minute,
but he's merely drawing attention to how.
Everybody that's on my channel, please click this link. That's the Villainous News channel. That's the original channel that you're watching. I'm just simulcasting. Pretty soon, I'm gonna stop broadcasting over here on this, and you're gonna have to be over to the main channel, Villainous News. So everybody right now, if you're not subscribed, can you please click the link and subscribe to the channel? I appreciate it, and thank you again, Passport OG, for the Cash App that you gave. I appreciate it very much. You go ahead and play.
This woman changes to whatever she needs to be to fit the political moment. She's completely disingenuous, and a candidate is shaped by focus groups and polls, and that's what we're drawing attention to.
Okay, we'll see where this lands. But John, always good to chat. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
To be honest, I think that even despite what they're talking about with this whole Kamala, whether she's black or white, I mean, I'm surprised they haven't broken out the Michael Jackson song on this. Probably can't get the rights to it. But at any rate, this racial politics, there are a lot of black people, especially black men, who are not playing that game.
Yep.
There are a lot of black women on social media who are talking about, like, we don't care. Like, she's terrible.
Yes, and that's a really good point. Not just black men. I know more black women in this election talking like they might vote Trump than I've ever heard. I've never heard it like this. Like,
yeah,
it's almost like it's insulting people with this kind of like primary, like, look, we got Meg Thee Stallion and we're not going back, twerk to the polls. It doesn't work. Like, people got bills.
But Passport, think about it. You had 6 years ago a very traumatizing event with COVID. A lot of people, they lost their loved ones. A lot of people were out of jobs. And then people were able to get back to work, but you had a lot of restrictions socially, depending on what state you were in. And then you have what happened in Russia and then in Israel. And you have the United States citizen constantly being gaslit.
Yep.
Watching the news, we're sending billions of dollars.
Yep.
To Ukraine. We're sending billions of dollars to Israel. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, because I'm not in the seat of president. I'm not privy to everything, not in the national security, but I'm looking at as a citizen where I'm struggling to pay my bills. Do I buy food or do I pay rent to keep a roof over my family's head? And every day when I go to the supermarket, the price of food is going up and up. Depending on where you're at in this country, gas is sky high.
Rent,
I'm working, busting my ass. I'm either a working husband, a working single mother, whatever the American is. I'm working, busting my ass. My pay is the same, but expenses are sky high.
That's right.
But I remember 6 years ago, while I was forced to be out of work, or if I did work, because if I was an essential worker, I was getting a check from the government to help me out. But right now, I'm seeing every day on the news, we're sending $100 billion package, military aid to Ukraine. We're sending this to Israel. But yet you see on the news, you got food shortages, the food is sky high, people are being laid off. Like, what the hell? Wait, you got all this for them, but me, American, can't get none of this. And then you begin gaslit even more when you have the illegal immigrants coming over.
Mm-hmm.
And Greg Abbott is the unsung hero of this. Going to these Democratic cities, which woke everybody's eyes up when they send them to Chicago and New York. And they're sending them room and board, giving them a ATM card with thousands of dollars on it. But yet you got families here that's getting evicted out of their house. Now, some of them got, trying to get slick and not pay their bills for, not practicing proper fiscal responsibility. But some people just fell on bad luck and lost their jobs and getting laid off. Because that's something, out here in America, a lot of people are losing their fucking jobs, getting laid off. But yet you got money for illegal immigrants. You got money for the war machine for Israel and Ukraine, but you have nothing for me. And who's in office?
Democrats. Biden. This is on Biden. There's no answer for it.
Wait. And who is his vice president?
Oh yeah. Who did they upend the whole process so that she could fly the flag for the party? Kamala. People can play identity politics when they got money. Can't do it when people broke. Can't do it.
And people are suffering. And people are at their wits' ends. They at their limits. The water
and
is
you're not talking about poor people suffering. You're talking about people making $75K that are suffering. If you make $75K, pay taxes, your rent is $1,500, $1,700, $1,900. Then you pay your car note, insurance note. You ain't got no money left.
Gas.
There's no money.
God forbid you got to repair. Hey, babe, how much you paid to repair your car?
Damn near $3,000.
Damn.
And guess what? We're going back to school. Me? My check right now, I got to buy school supplies and uniforms for my son.
That's right. Shit. Summer's almost over. That's right.
I hit a traffic cone on the freeway at night, in the middle of the freeway. By the time I saw it, it was too late. I couldn't veer. I hit it.
In the middle of the road?
Yeah, on the freeway. I hit it, and next thing I know, I got to replace oil lines. My front bumper, I had to get a new one of those. You know what I'm saying?
Basically, because whoever's minding the road did something that shouldn't have been there in the first place.
This was the funny part. There were no construction going on in that area. It was like that random Lego. Like, where did this come from?
Negligence. You should be able to sue somebody for that.
Somebody had already probably hit it and drug it down the road before it shook free from that car or truck.
Good point.
So I hit it at what, 50? It cost me damn near $3,000 worth of damage.
And that's $3,000. That's $3,000 that you got to put in your budget that you didn't even plan for.
And guess what? Your average American is one sickness away, one hardship away from losing it all.
Dude, one paycheck. Let one paycheck be 2 days late. that will wreck families. I know families that would be wrecked by a paycheck that's 2 days late.
And you're constantly being gaslit with all these things. It's the perfect storm. And now people look. It's the perfect storm.
I don't think that the Democrats realize how many black women are going to vote Republican. Black women are going to vote for Trump. They're talking about black men. Look, when you see what you just saw at that thing in Georgia, if you're an educated black woman that has any semblance of independent thinking, it's going to be extremely hard for you to vote for Kamala Harris. Extremely hard.
And look, this has the potential to be a red tidal wave.
Oh no, it's got more than that. I think it's going to be a red tidal wave. I honestly, she's not winning Georgia.
They didn't win Georgia. Look, Biden didn't win Georgia. It just came out about a month or two ago that they found 30,000 votes. They pulled the fire alarm. This had been going on for a minute. This is why when Trump called Georgia, he was like, yo, find the votes. Because the last time Georgia voted blue was back in 94.
Yep.
That was Clinton. You
And
goddamn
here-
right they're going to flip for the dude that's going to get them some money.
But here's the thing, too.
Did Obama win? Obama did not win Georgia, did he?
No, he did not.
No, he didn't.
And Passport and Bay, look at it like this also. Look at the mayors and governors that's probably up for election that allowed the illegals to come in and shove that down everybody's throat.
Oh, look. You know who the governor of Georgia is? What's his name? I just skipped him. Look, man, he is extremely popular right now. He did not want to close Georgia down for all of the, and he darn sure ain't gonna let no whole bunch of what you call it, illegals come in. As a matter of fact, in the last election, right? Guess who the governor of Georgia invited to have a conversation, sit down with? What's his name? Rapper Killer Mike. Look, man, Republicans, they understand there's a fracture because the Democrats are underestimating the intelligence of black folks. It's going to come and bite them in the ass. Going to bite them in the ass this election.
You know how it is with the black vote. All you need is like a little prostitute style rapper, female rapper. Okay, some hot sauce, possibly some greens if you really want to lay it on thick. You know, preferably collared. Pick from grandma's garden. Okay, we don't get it from the can.
And you know, like, and I wonder if Kamala Harris is going to hit the Chitlin circuit with all the black churches. She's going to have that southern drawl.
Oh yeah, that's
and, you know, quote a couple of scriptures from Proverbs.
She has to
play up her race card.
You know, be at the fish fry at the church.
Just do what she did here in Atlanta with the accent. Shoot.
And don't make the Candace Parker, the Candace Owens mistake.
Right.
They say God all the time. God is good, and don't know the rest of that. She better study.
Man, as much as they go to church, they don't believe in God. Some of the most ungodliest people I know of that have ever walked this earth went to church every Sunday.
Are you talking about Jamal Bryant? I don't know how that dude is still a pastor, man.
I don't know.
God,
well,
have you ever been swallowed? No, Diddy. Just
yeah, I mean, like, but when was the last time the black church was actually relevant in the community?
Yeah,
it's never been relevant in the community. I mean, you might have pockets of them, but they all do what they do just to go ahead and let somebody else talk your shit for you. Talk your stuff for you so you can go back to work on Monday.
Well, in the 60s and 70s, the black church was actually relevant, but all it is modern day Pippin.
Well, it's a feel good. You go there to feel good.
Yeah.
Like they're
get
not
your
solving any
frustrations
problems.
out. Holy Ghost dancing, yelling, screaming, shouting, and then go back to Miss Sally's kitchen, 8 a.m. bright and early Monday morning. I mean, do understand? I mean, I grew up in the church. I'm not knocking the church experience,
but they're not solving any problems.
Right?
They don't solve any of your problems.
The pastor, he get up there. It's just like Dr. Umar. You can get up in there and say, you know, some passionate words, and you know, there's got a ring of truth to it or whatnot. But at the end of the day, you still gonna get your butt up early in the morning, drink you some coffee, and go to work.
Well,
and then do the same thing all over again.
Well, like what in the wise words of David Carroll, may he rest in peace, the black church ain't nothing but a well-kept monument of political, spiritual, cultural and economic failure. I mean, where I live at in Jersey, I got a Egyptian Coptic church. Every Friday and Saturday night to midnight, all the Egyptian Coptic Christians, the families are there with their children, and they have activities.
Yep, that's what's supposed to
for
happen.
the children.
Mm-hmm.
Up the street from that, you have the Catholic Church, and they're constantly having activities. They're feeding the homeless. They're having things for the community. Up the street from that, you have one of the major Sunni mosques, and they do things for the community. And with every other group of people, and we're in the city I work in, you have churches that are constantly out there, and one of their missions, they out there feeding the homeless and providing clothes to give to homeless people out on the streets. And religion is supposed to be a tool to empower its people, and the church is an instrument to serve its community. But when it comes to us, we serve the church.
That's right.
Giving it our hard-earned money, and we only go on Sunday. That's the only time it's open. Maybe on a Wednesday when they got Bible study. You're gonna extract those tithes, and that Bojangling buck dancing pastor gonna get his black ass in his Mercedes Benz, which your grandmother paid from a Social Security check, and he's gonna go up to the burbs. Why your grandma is catching the bus home. But you got other groups of churches, other people, they have their own buses, which they provide transportation to pick up their parishioners. But grandma in the black community got to take public transportation. And other groups, when somebody in the flock, they fall on hard times, they help out their parishioners. But let grandma come there like, brother pastor, my lights got turned off. Well, Sister Agnes, just pray on Jesus and he'll help you.
But make sure you pay your tithes now.
Oh, and make sure
I need that
we
jet.
need
God,
more
I
money.
got the jet coming.
And we're gonna need some extra money because we need a new HVAC in the HVAC system in the church.
$25,000 unit.
And also we're asking for, a donation for me and the First Lady to go out on a trip to the Bahamas.
Man, I'm gonna stop
we
you
need
when
a
you say something wrong,
well-deserved vacation for spreading the word of God.
Oh God, listen to this.
I will stop you when you say something wrong, but you ain't said nothing wrong yet.
Listen to this. I just got the breaking news. Bill number H4750 just passed the Senate in Massachusetts. It would remove the word father on birth certificates in the name of legal parentage equality. It would also replace the terms man and woman with persons and replace mother with person who gave birth. It will now be finalized and head to the governor's desk.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. If that's the game you want to play.
I want, like the dude asked the question, the hell's going on? What is y'all talking about up in here? Like, what we're saying is crazy. But that's what you're getting more of with Kamala Harris. I mean, look, okay, I'm just going to be honest. When they failed to assassinate Trump, that's when they threw in the towel. So, I mean, they just threw Kamala up there because they've thrown this election away. And the only thing she's just generating is hype concerning her racial identity and now her stance on abortion.
That's all I've heard. That's all I've heard.
Right. That's all, because that's all she's presented. I mean, I actually heard some black woman say, oh, Trump's scared of her. She would eat him up in the debate. And I'm like, are you serious? Joe Biden ate her up in the debate.
Well, that's what happens when you believe in fairy tales.
Or you believe in feel good. It's feel good. You don't want the feel good to stop.
Oh yeah, you know how Disney used to make those feel-good movies of triumph through adversity? That's what they're caught up in. Or
That's
A&E
exactly right.
made for TV movie come to life.
That's right.
That's funny. That's what Deadpool was about. Triumph through adversity. He had the worst. Ooh. Y'all ain't seen it. I'll be quiet. Never mind. Those who seen it, you already know. When you see it, if you haven't seen it and you see it, you'll know. Be like, well, yep, that's Triumph through adversity.
Hey, what's the box office right now for Deadpool Wolverine?
Oh, it's got to be 500 million easy. Easy 5 million.
Lou.
It's easy 500 million. I heard it was 400 million like 2 days ago. You think it's going to pass Barbie?
It's going to hit $1 billion too.
Let's see here. 18 hours ago. Should we look at? Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, I guess we'll look at. Oh, here's a 15 hours ago. Okay, let's see. Screen wrap. Can y'all see this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Jesus Christ. There we go.
Ooh.
All right. Yeah, passes 550 million. Was it been out like just a week? Halfway to $1 billion.
Look at that. Marvel could have been making money all this time.
All they had to do was just, I mean, they were. Star Wars was supposed to have been the golden goose, but Kathleen Kennedy is just hell-bent on destroying George Lucas's work. Let's just be honest.
They screwed Star Wars up.
Yeah, they tore it up. So the MCU surprisingly took off, became a hit because you had the right people in place. You had the Russo brothers, you had Jon Favreau, who he's the big comic book nerd. He know DC, Marvel, and Star Wars. He know all that stuff like the back of his hand. So he was helping them guide the story to the Infinity War with Thanos. He mapped all that out, and Kevin Feige was just signing the checks.
Seems like common sense. Common sense
but then
make the movie that people want to see. It looks like some common sense to me.
Soon as he left, when he left to go work on Star Wars, that's when all these Disney Plus shows and movies start crashing. But he's back now because he's done with Star Wars. You saw him in the anyway.
Oh yeah. These are spoilers.
Right,
looks pretty simple, man. I mean, I think we're about this. We're at an inflection point. I really think so. I think that not just the Democrats. I think the super progressive people are having trouble reading the tea leaves because progression works when everybody has enough food to eat. When everyone has a comfortable life, then you can talk about pronouns. But when people can't put food on the dinner table, I don't care about your pronouns, dude. I don't care. I don't care about what women want to do. Come on, man. If it costs too much money to go take my little kid to get a Happy Meal, then what's the point of all of this?
Well, people in mainstream society could care less about the rainbow community, which I'm not saying, good or bad, where it's like, for the most part, people their thing was, I don't care what you do in your bedroom is none of my business. But don't throw it in my face.
That's right. People don't care.
And definitely don't be trying to force that shit on my kids. Excuse my language.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm just tired, so I'm slipping of the tongue. But yeah, people are tired. People are tired of them. You can now, the way they brainwash these little white kids into taking puberty blockers, which is sterilizing them, and then getting double mastectomies and getting your weenus chopped off and all of this stuff.
Yeah, man.
I mean, you going too far.
And
He's
and, and,
going
and what
too far.
and guess what? And what people don't talk about, because I did a lot of research and stuff. Most people that transition from male to female,
They regret it.
they force
Mm-hmm.
to go into sex work just to survive, and a large percentage of them either successful or they try to unalive themselves.
Yeah, they have the highest suicide rates of any quote unquote community.
And depression.
Well, the least they could do is let the kids grow up into full-grown adults before they choose. I mean, come on. If you can't sign up for the military, what are you doing? Come on.
They got a girl right now. She's suing Big Pharma for her surgery. She went from male to female, and like what they don't tell you is when they make the phallus, they skin your arm. They take a lot of skin and muscle from your arm, and then that's how they make you a phallus. So your arm is hideously disfigured. Why do you think when you see a lot of those who had the surgery, they always wear long sleeve shirts? I mean, it's just, and these kids, like Lewis said, these kids are regretting it. They find out they've been lied to.
Yeah, I can't imagine something more difficult than having made a decision as a kid, or better yet, having a decision made for you when you were a kid and you can't undo it. You got to live the next 60, 70 years of your life like that. I don't know, man.
That's what leads them to kill themselves.
I think a lot of this is born out of the fact that people are born into a society where they don't have any true purpose. If your purpose is feel good or looking for your identity as opposed to accomplishment, or even like if your accomplishment is just family, if you take all of that away and it's just, I want to find my true identity, or I want to see what makes me feel good, then it takes you in all these permutations and directions instead of accomplishment. Because
that's how they get them.
You hear all of these Gen Zs and whatever's talking about, I'm never going to get married, I don't have kids and all that stuff. Okay, well, are you going to pursue a career? Are you going to learn something? Like, what is going to be the accomplishment of your life if you're not going to have a family? And most of them, it's I'm going to stream, or I'm going to do OnlyFans, or whatever. Like, there's no true purpose. So if that's where it is, then of course you're susceptible to trying to, I don't know, not being able to identify with how you were born. I mean, if your purpose is not opening a book for 3-4 hours a day, then you're going to find some vague purpose that comes from the outside of your environment. It's sad.
Very. All right, so we're going to close it out for the night. We about 4 hours. Longest show we've ever done. Lewis, you have any parting words?
Yes, those that's watching on my channel, please subscribe to Villainous News. Simulcasting from that channel. That's me and Bay's news channel. His channel is Embrace Villainy and Bitter Truth Show, and mine's is Red Pill Sleeper Cell. We'll be doing our individual things on there, but our news show that we do together is Villainous News. Please support us with a subscribe and hit a like, and thank you again, Passport OG, for the super chat. I appreciate sincerely from the bottom of my heart of that donation, and everybody that watched us on both channels that commented and participated. Thank you so much, because if it's not for you, the channel cannot be successful.
That's fact. I second everything you said. We appreciate your viewership. Appreciate Passport OG for coming up. We never had a direct conversation, but I catch your stuff.
Scotty Summer, gents.
All right. Any closing words for you, sir, before we get out of here?
It's going to be an interesting election. Don't
Wait,
underestimate the
a
intelligence of the
passport.
black vote.
Uh,
Yeah.
pimp your channel out. What is your channel and what
Oh
is it
well, you
about?
know, Passport OG. I talk about black people stuff, even though I've lived in Asia for 22 years. Because I'm still a black people that still votes in the American election. So I talk about black American people stuff. So you
Yeah,
know,
check his channel out. He got a lot
yeah.
of good stuff. So
Post your link in
Oh
the
yeah,
yeah,
I'll
in
do
the
that.
chat. All right, so I'm gonna close it out with Snowman on sports, and
yeah, we got
we will
Snowman.
we will catch you guys what, Monday?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The NFC East. Will the Cowboys repeat? Will the Eagles rise? Or is there another contender in the midst? We begin our previews of the 2024 NFL season, starting with the NFC East. Let's go. Hello, everybody. I'm Brian Snow, your NFL expert for the 2024 season, and I want to thank you for tuning in to episode number 7 of Villainous Sports News. Thank you to all the folks at Villainous News for giving me this opportunity. If you want to help support the channel, you can do so by searching Villainous News, and that's where you'll find me each and every week. All right, let's get down to business. We start with defending NFC champion Dallas Cowboys, and they backdoor their way into the NFC East Division title because the team that I'm going to preview next fell off. How do things sit with the Cowboys? Well, they go as far as this guy will take him. His name is Dak Prescott. He had 4,500 passing yards, 36 touchdowns, and a 105.9 quarterback rating. My problem with the Cowboys is this: they don't run the football. And in order to be successful in the NFL, even given the fact that it's a pass-happy league, you got to run the football. And for that, they re-signed Ezekiel Elliott, although it may be a couple of years too late. Ezekiel Elliott just may be that running back that they should have kept and used all along. But given the fact that this is Mike McCarthy's 6th season as the coach of the Cowboys, we don't know which way he's going to lean. But last year, the Cowboys were 12-5. They did win the division, but then they got pummeled in the wild card round against the Green Bay Packers. And we'll see the Packers a little bit later. Right now, let's fly to the city of brotherly love in Philadelphia and talk about the demise of the Philadelphia Eagles. As Dak Prescott impressed, Jalen Hurts regressed, and the whole entire offense regressed, beginning with a Week 13 beatdown against the San Francisco 49ers. Though you may think it would be that week, it was the week prior where Buffalo laid everything out and put it in the form of a blueprint for teams to copy. Not only did they copy it, they followed it to the T, and the Eagles wound up losing 6 of their last 7 games, including the wild card round against Tampa Bay, where they didn't even score 10 points. They got blown out by the Buccaneers 32-9. What will be the key for the Philadelphia Eagles? Well, the key for the Philadelphia Eagles is this man, Jalen Hurts. He threw for 3,858 yards and 23 touchdowns, but had an 89.1 quarterback rating. Jalen Hurts' regression has got to stop, and it's got to stop now. And it's got to start with the offensive line protecting him much better than they did the final half of last season. The other problem for Philadelphia is the running back situation. They let DeAndre Swift go because they underutilized him, but signed Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley, formerly of the Giants, now with the Philadelphia Eagles. How will Nick Sirianni and the Eagles use him? If they were smart, they'd fix the offensive line, and they'd use him the way the Giants were using him at first, pounding the football. But the Eagles also have a bigger problem. Their center of 13 years, Jason Kelce, has called it a career. Who's going to be making the offensive line calls the way Jason Kelce grew into that position? And Jason Kelsey was the heart and soul of not just the Philadelphia offensive line, but the Philadelphia Eagles team themselves. I see a lot of division within this team, and I do not see them repeating. I do not see them returning as NFC East champions, because Old Snowman has a wild card that could win the East. That's right, the nation's capital could rise again in Washington. The Washington Commanders are poised to make a run at the NFC East title. And to help them get there, they depend on this man, the rookie, Jayden Daniels, the Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, fell into their lap as the number 2 pick. Jayden Daniels will have a bevy of receivers, including Terry McLaurin, to throw to. The other problem that I see with the Washington Commanders, I want to call them the Washington Redskins, but I can't. Who's going to run the football? That's been a problem, I believe, for Washington since the days of Alfred Morris. Alfred Morris spent 5 years with Washington and led them in rushing 3 separate times. Jayden Daniels may be the man to tote the rock for them, and tote the rock well, because he is indeed a dual threat quarterback and the rookie of the year and a rookie of the year candidate. This man, Jayden Daniels, as mentioned, the Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, had a game for the ages when he against Florida, when he ran for 200 plus yards and threw for over 300 yards, close to 400. Matter of fact, those total were 370 in the passing game and 245 in the running game. Will he be used in that way in Washington? The nation's capital hasn't seen a quarterback like this in a long time, which beckoned the callback of Williams, Theismann, Rippon, and a little bit of RG3. The question for Jayden Daniels, can he stay healthy? Because it's more than likely he's going to be appointed the starter for day 1. And last but not least, we go to the Giants had more of a down season than an up season. And the Giants need to rely on this man, Daniel Jones, to have a comeback season. He was oft injured, finished with a 70.5 QBR, only threw 2 touchdowns on the season. What do the Giants do now that they do not have Saquon Barkley in tow? As mentioned, Saquon Barkley was oft injured for the New York Giants in the last couple of years. And who is Daniel Jones going to throw to? That's the biggest question. If you want to get him off the schneid, you got to have some targets for him. Well, it's going to depend on who the Giants put in place. Now, as many have asked me over the course of the summer, who do I have winning the NFC East division? I went back and forth with this question for a long time, a couple of weeks maybe. Many thought it would be this team, the Dallas Cowboys, that I would pick. But the problem I see with the Cowboys is that they don't have the running back stable they once upon a time had. Even with Ezekiel Elliott, he's got a lot more tread on his tires with the years he spent in New England being mismanaged. Some actually thought I would pick the Philadelphia Eagles to win the division. I can't pick the Eagles because I don't trust their running game and I don't trust Saquon Barkley. So here's my surprise to win the NFC East. Yes, I'm saying hail to the Redskins, though they're called the Commanders. I'm saying hail to the Redskins to win the East Division, and they'll win it by 1 game over Philadelphia. It'll take a Washington-Philadelphia game to decide the NFC East, but I think this is the team to beat. This is the team that has a new coach now in Dan Quinn. They have a new defensive coordinator. They got a great quarterback in Jayden Daniels, and they're handing him the keys to the kingdom early. So he will be the day 1 starter for the Washington Commanders, and I see them going on a huge run the second half of the year, and I am picking the Washington Redskins to win the NFC East. That's our NFC East preview. And my name is Brian Snow. Hope you enjoyed it as we enjoyed bringing it to you each and every week. Before we get to kickoff, I will preview a division to get you ready and whet your appetite for some football. Next week, it'll be the NFC West. Can Brock Purdy and the 49ers do it again? Or are many correct in betting on the Los Angeles Rams? That is next week. But for now, I'm Brian Snow, and this has been Villainous Sports News, NFC East Preview Division style. So long, everybody.